long overlooked sectors of the economy, such as the unethically sourced garment industry, the unethically sourced statue industry, and the fake medicine industry. But of course, if we want to solve climate change, it's going to require a team effort. So pick up your guns, pick up your knives, pick up your fly swatters, pick up those arrows the Roman Emperor Commodus had that were specifically for decapitating ostriches, pick up anything you can find, and save the planet by killing the first animal you see. It's us or them, and last time I checked, I'm running to be president of the US, not the THEM. Blood! 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 Vote for me.
That was a video how to fix politics forever by Giri Bis, which I watched. Right after I watched the most, what's the video?
In terms of male human,
pasta. Yeah. Great video. Candace Owens defames the Macrons by legal.
It's a man, baby!
I am so sorry. Did you know that Austin Powers is 23 years old? Yeah, but I digress. Yes, there is a new MAGA conspiracy theory, and yes, it is insanely dumb.
Initial reaction to your series was, well, that now we know Candace is insane.
But this one is going to be tested in the courts. Now, it is extremely difficult to defame a public figure, let alone the head of state like the president of France, but Candace Owens might have found a way. Yes, after getting kicked out of the Daily Wire for peddling your run-of-the-mill anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, Candace turned it up to 11 with a bold new conspiracy theory. The First Lady of France isn't actually a lady at all. She's secretly a man who stole his sister's identity and is now working undercover to manipulate her husband on behalf of the global cabal of liberal elite pedophiles. And that's just the beginning. Trust me, it gets dumber. And so last week, the First Lady of France, Brigitte Macron, and her husband, French President Emmanuel Macron, fired back by filing a monster 219-page defamation complaint against Owens. Now, we read the complaint, and oh boy, it's certainly a greatest hits compilation of MAGA's favorite tinfoil hat club talking points. So get your MAGA conspiracy theory bingo cards ready, because we're going to check off a lot of boxes as we analyze the Macron's case against Candace Owens and what happens when the lines between protected speech and defamation blur. Now, while the United States is a net importer of goods, one of its greatest exports is conspiracy theories. But the Brigitte Macron is a man claim actually started in France. Like the US, France has a group of extreme right-wing anti-government conspiracy theorists who peddle wild ideas online. And the post-COVID era of political distrust created even more fertile grounds for those conspiracy theories. And Brigitte Macron and her husband have often been the subject of salacious media stories. Because when they met, and this is not a conspiracy theory, this is actual real life, Emmanuel was a 15-year-old student, and Brigitte, his drama teacher, was married with 3 children, the oldest of whom was older than Emmanuel. He told Brigitte he would return to marry her when he left for school in Paris at the age of 17. And years later, she divorced her first husband and married him. Now, that's wild enough on its own, but conspiracy theorists led by Nacha Ray, an essential oil saleswoman who claims to be an independent journalist, turned this legitimately scandalous backstory into wild fiction about Brigitte secretly being a man named Jean Michel who stole his sister's identity. And in December 2021, Ray did a YouTube interview with Amandine Roy, a self-professed spiritual medium. And they speculated, with no evidence at all, that Brigitte Macron is really a man whose name is Jean-Michel Tourneau. Now, within hours, that interview spawned a trending hashtag and got 500,000 views. Brigitte Macron and her brother, the real Jean-Michel Tourneau, fought back with a defamation lawsuit against Ray and Roy. The Paris court found the 2 women guilty and ordered them to pay damages. But the French appeals court later acquitted them on the grounds that their statements didn't meet the French legal standard for defamation. Brigitte Macron and her brother have appealed that finding to France's highest court. Now, those first defamation cases, though, did nothing to stop the rampant conspiracy theories about Brigitte. Far-right French writer Xavier Poussard and others worked to make this fringe theory a worldwide phenomenon. And when Candace Owens heard about it, she was happy to help. Now, Owens is a darling of the far-right. She previously worked as the communications director at Turning Point USA, an organization that advocates for conservative ideas in high schools and colleges. And for a while, she was at the Daily Wire, but when she started peddling anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, that didn't go over too well with the company's Owens' founder, Ben Shapiro. Now, according to the Macrons' lawsuit, Owens was the first person to popularize this conspiracy theory in the United States, proclaiming that it was, quote, the biggest political scandal in human history. Now, Owens claimed she'd learned about the conspiracy theory from an article in a conservative newspaper, the Daily Mail. Ironically, that article was meant to debunk the theory, not to support it. But facts be damned, Owens apparently decided to go all in. She declared on Twitter that she would, quote, stake her entire professional reputation on the fact that Brigitte Macron is in fact a man. And she might get her wish. Now, the secretly a man conspiracy theory is surprisingly popular in the MAGAverse. There's even a name for it, transvestigation. People currently under transvestigation include Michelle Obama, former New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern, Taylor Swift, Lady Gaga, and Serena Williams, giving more fodder to the theory that when they ask what is a woman, they actually have no idea and are just curious. And so after her departure from the Daily Wire, Owens launched her own podcast called Candace and ran with the...
When they ask what is a woman, they have no idea. They're just curious. Nice.
The Brigitte Macron is a man as the fledgling podcast's central focus. Now, throughout the summer of 2024, Owens repeated her claims about Brigitte Macron. She sold t-shirts with a picture of Brigitte as Time Magazine's Man of the Year. She announced that the Macrons are part of a, quote, very small group of elite oligarchs who routinely practice homosexuality and pedophilia, believe in Baphomet, and worship a transgender deity.
I hate the phrase global elite because it sounds so spooky or whatever.
And she cross-pollinated the Macron-related conspiracy theories with Alex Jones. In August of 2024, Owens invited Xavier Poussard onto her podcast, where Poussard, who had worked for years to promote the Brigitte is a man conspiracy theory in France, helped Candace really flesh out the nuances of the larger conspiracy. They agreed that the Macrons were perpetrating a fraud regarding Brigitte's identity, and that Emmanuel Macron is being controlled by Brigitte or possibly some larger cabal. They went further and pointed out the close resemblance between Emmanuel Macron and Brigitte's nephew, and implied that the resemblance proves that Brigitte is secretly blood related to Emmanuel, and thus the relationship is also incestuous. Now, when YouTube removed this video for violating its content policies, Candace doubled down, claiming that this was just part of the media conspiracy to cover up pedophilia. So in December of 2024, the Macrons sent Owens a detailed retraction letter filled with evidence debunking Owens' claims.
We missed the letter because they sent it to an inbox that we would have never been checking. It was a very weird inbox, like where you would go to return a t-shirt. And because we missed that.
Yeah, and reading between the lines here, I'm guessing that they sent it to her registered agent for service of process. And yeah, that's definitely something that you should be checking, and doesn't bode well that you're not attentive to these kinds of things. The letter included Brigitte's birth announcement, as well as a bunch of pictures of her as a young girl, a picture of her married to her first husband, and what should have been the coup de grace to the conspiracy theory that Brigitte is secretly a man, a reminder that Brigitte had birthed 3 children during her first marriage.
Like you don't have any photos of yourself for 30 years of your life.
But instead of backing down in the face of evidence, Owens decided to create an 8-part series on her podcast exposing all of the Macrons' nefarious lies. But if you find yourself looking down the barrel of a MAGA conspiracy, you might want to remove your online data lest you get doxxed by Candace Owens and the like. Because data brokers vacuum up your personal data from all corners of the... Now, over the course of these 8 episodes, Candace really built out the full mythology of her conspiracy theories about the Macrons. Now, in Delaware, where the Macrons eventually filed their defamation lawsuit, defamation typically has 4 elements. First, the defendant made a defamatory statement. Second, the statement concerned the plaintiff. Third, the statement was published. And fourth, a third party would understand the character of the communication as defamatory. Now, while there are exceptions for a statement to be defamatory, it generally needs to be a verifiable statement of fact as opposed to an unverifiable opinion. And there are a lot of potentially defamatory statements of fact in Owens' conspiracy theory. Because according to this conspiracy theory, Brigitte Macron is actually Jean-Michel Trudeau, and she's a blood relation of Emmanuel Macron. At some point after his gender transition, Jean-Michel stole his sister's identity and began living as Brigitte. Jean-Michel, as 40-year-old Brigitte, then seduced 14-year-old Emmanuel Macron. She apparently seduced Emmanuel because she was grooming him on behalf of a global cabal of pedophile elites who wanted a Manchurian candidate they could control. These elites included the powerful Jewish Rothschild family, who also, according to Owens, practice incest and have a close connection to Emmanuel Macron.
They said that it was just very clear that the hand of of Rothschild was on him.
But according to Owens, Brigitte didn't just use seduction to control Emmanuel. She also apparently used mind control, possibly in the form of psychedelics like the U.S. government's experimental MK-Ultra program. MK-Ultra, by the way, was a real program by the United States Central Intelligence Agency that experimented on unsuspecting victims, giving them doses of hallucinogens without their consent and subjecting them to various forms of attempted mind control. In the real world, this program officially ended in 1973. In conspiracy land, it is ongoing and has been used to control puppet leaders of supposedly democratic countries like France.
He is, to me, like a Zelensky. He's totally powerless. There's somebody in the shadows telling him what to do.
But according to Owens, Emmanuel Macron isn't the only leader under the influence of MK-Ultra. As Owens argued in episode 5 of her 8-part series, quote, there are too many similarities between the upbringing of Emmanuel Macron and as we talked about the upbringing of Kamala Harris, the upbringing of Barack Obama, you know, these people being raised by their grandparents at a time when we know that the MK-Ultra program was running and there is something very, very wrong there. Owens also claimed that when so-called journalists began investigating the Macrons' nefarious deeds, the Macrons had been killed. As evidence of this, Owens cited the suicide of one conspiracy theorist. In February of 2025 and on July 1st, 2025, the Macrons sent Owens 2 more retraction demand letters. And the lawyer actually had to write the following sentence, quote, Mrs. Macron has always been a woman. She is not President Macron's blood relative, and President Macron was not involved in a mind control program. Owens responded publicly by declaring that, quote, we are not getting in line. We've said, file your lawsuits, my friend. So a few weeks later, the Macrons took her up on that invitation. On July 23rd, 2025, the Macrons filed a 219-page complaint against Candace Owens and her 2 businesses in Delaware State Court. The Macrons alleged 22 counts of defamation and false light related to Owens' 8-part podcast series.
You know, Hunter kind of notoriously said, like, we control the courts in Delaware.
Now, why Delaware, you might ask? Well, Owens claimed it's because the Bidens control the Delaware courts, but it's more likely that the Macrons filed there because both of Candace's businesses are organized under Delaware state law. This gives the state courts jurisdiction over Candace and her businesses. The statute of limitations for defamation in Delaware is 2 years, which allows the Macrons to pull in all of Owens' statements about Brigitte, including several things Candace said before she left the Daily Wire. Now, to prove the first element of Delaware defamation law, the Macrons will have to show that Owens' statements were defamatory. To determine this, Delaware courts must consider first whether alleged defamatory statements are expressions of fact or protected expressions of opinion, and second, whether the challenged statements are capable of a defamatory meaning. To determine if a statement is defamatory, a judge will look at both the words and the context in which they're published. Now, Candace Owens will have a hard time claiming that her words were mere opinion, especially when she says things like, quote, I would stake my entire professional reputation on the fact that Brigitte Macron is in fact a man. Now, Owens isn't claiming to be professing an opinion, and she's claiming that it's a fact that Brigitte Macron is a man. Now, while being a man or being transgender does not necessarily carry negative connotations sufficient to qualify as defamatory, the context in which Candace Owens made these statements matters. Owens claimed that in order to falsely assume a female identity, Brigitte had stolen someone else's identity and that she was perpetrating a fraud on the French people. That certainly seems to have the implication of dishonesty and perhaps even criminality that would qualify as defamation. Now, the Macrons also argued that it was defamatory when Owens exaggerated their age gap, arguing that Owens, quote, lied about the age difference between the Macrons, claiming that Emmanuel was 14 and that Brigitte was 40 when they met. Now, those numbers are maybe not as
After reflecting on attribute anomaly on Emmanuel.
Where are we going? There's no class today. Eradicate all evil. Want a glass of nitro fuel? Got a new ghost story to share? Let's fire it up. Want a glass of nitro fuel?
And
far off as we would like them to be, but they are wrong. And according to the Macrons' own public statements, he was 15 and she was 39 when they met and potentially became romantically involved. And the question of whether he was 14 or 15 would be legally relevant under France's current law, which sets the age of consent at 15. But the law was only put in place in 2021. Before 2021, an adult could have relations with a 14-year-old, and as long as there was no physical force or threat, it wasn't legally considered statutory rape. It was a lesser charge. Under the older French law, though, even if Emmanuel was 15, any sexual sexual relationship with Brigitte would still have been illegal under a lesser charge. That's because as a teacher, she was in a position of authority over him, and when a person is in a position of authority, the age of consent is higher. But it's a little strange that the Macrons carved out some space in the complaint to single out this single factual dispute, because whether he was 14 or 15 probably wouldn't matter to the reasonable observer, and likely doesn't matter legally here in the United States. It just calls more attention to the legitimately scandalous beginning of the relationship. Now, the second element seems pretty straightforward, that the statements were about the plaintiffs. Here, Candace helpfully named her podcast series Becoming Brigitte, and she name-checks the Macrons whenever possible. To establish the third element of defamation in Delaware, the Macrons need to show that the defamatory language was published to a third party. This is why several paragraphs of the complaint detail how big Owens' audience is and how many platforms carried her series about the Macrons. Candace wasn't just writing mean things about the Macrons in her personal journal, she was working hard to publicize her defamatory statements to an audience of millions. She even went on other people's shows and podcasts to expand her reach. And her strategy worked. Even Joe Rogan, one of the most listened to and most credulous podcasters in the world, discussed Owens' claims and said that he believed them.
He's got a 6-hour presentation on how Bridget Macron is a man. It's fucking 6 hours plus long.
I don't know if she's even kind of right about that.
I think she's right.
But she's got a lot of shit to say on it.
Bro,
The only option.
she would be getting sued right now instead of trying to bribe her. Instead of trying to give her money, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
They would sue her.
Yeah. Nope, you're probably right about that.
So here, Owens clearly shared her defamatory statements with not only a third party, but a huge audience. Which leaves the fourth element. The Macrons will need to prove that a third party would understand the character of the communication as defamatory. Now, this doesn't mean that they have to prove that Owens herself would have to understand that her statements were defamatory. Owens can't escape liability just by claiming, for instance, that she thought her words were just opinions, or that she believes that they were true, or she doesn't think that it's a bad thing. But she might try the tactic that Alex Jones tried in one of his defamation trials, claiming that no reasonable person would actually believe that she was being serious when she said those things. But under Delaware law, it's unlikely to work because it doesn't matter if she thought that the statements were defamatory, it matters if an average third party. In Delaware, a plaintiff must only prove that a neutral third party would understand the nature of the statements as defamatory. And it seems pretty likely that most reasonable people would recognize that accusing someone of murdering journalists and being part of a global cabal of mind-controlling incestuous pedophiles who kill their sisters and take over their bodies as pretty defamatory. But the Macrons shouldn't break out the French champagne yet. Even if they can prove these four elements, they've got an uphill legal battle in front of them. Now, as we've talked about many times on this channel, U.S. law has to balance free speech with, defamation law. So, of course, the United States has set a high standard for defamation, particularly when the derogatory comments are directed at public figures. So, in Delaware, when the plaintiff is a public figure, they have to show two additional elements: that the statement is false and that the defendant made the statement with actual malice. Now, these extra elements are required because of the landmark Supreme Court case of New York Times versus Sullivan. In 1960, the Times ran an advertisement criticizing the Montgomery, Alabama police for their treatment of civil rights protesters, including Martin Luther King Jr. The ad contained several minor factual inaccuracies, including how many times King had been arrested during the protests and what song the protesters had sung. Based on those inaccuracies, Montgomery County Police Commissioner L.B. Sullivan sued the Times, claiming defamation. Now, after two lower courts ruled against the Times, the Supreme Court stepped in. The Supreme Court ruled unanimously in favor of the Times. The court held that the definition of defamation has to be narrow because the, quote, profound national commitment to the principle that debate on public issues should be uninhibited, robust, and wide open. Even if that debate includes, quote, vehement, caustic, and sometimes unpleasant sharp attacks on government and public officials, it still needs to be protected. To ensure that speech was adequately protected, the court created the requirement that if a public official wants to claim defamation, they have to show actual malice. Now, in defamation law, as we've talked about many times before, malice doesn't mean malicious intent. It means that the defendant had knowledge of the falsity of the claim or acted in gross recklessness. And in Curtis Publishing Co. versus Butts and other later cases, the Supreme Court expanded the high bar for defamation claims to all public figures, not just public officials. This includes celebrities, prominent people, or anyone who knowingly inserts themselves into a public controversy. So an ordinary person can even be a limited purpose public figure if they voluntarily inject themselves or are drawn into a particular public controversy. But when someone is classified as a public figure, it becomes much more difficult for them to win a defamation case. Now, Emmanuel Macron, as president of France, is certainly a public official and a public figure. And while a court might not consider all family members of politicians to be public figures per se, Brigitte's actions would likely qualify her as a public figure. And courts will often look at whether a person has given public interviews or otherwise put themselves in the public eye. One Delaware court in Martin versus Widener School of Law, for instance, found that a law student who voluntarily did an interview with a newspaper about his dispute with his law school had made himself a limited purpose public figure related related to that dispute. Now, Brigitte is often by her husband's side at public and political events, and according to the Macron's complaint, quote, Mrs. Macron joined her husband on the campaign trail, acting as a central figure and key advisor to his campaign. The complaint also acknowledges that, quote, Mrs. Macron represents France in diplomatic settings, supports charitable causes, and engages in initiatives related to education, health, disability, and child protection. So, as a public figure, she's going to have to demonstrate that Candace Owens acted with actual malice.
Obviously, if you're going to prove actual malice, you have to present to the court, which is it's obviously a very high bar that's been set, which I don't necessarily even agree with that bar, by the way, New York Times versus Sullivan set. But obviously, you have to prove that I acted, and I knew the truth, and I acted.
That's exactly right.
And under Delaware law, that means the Macrons will have to show that Owens either knew her claims were untrue or that she acted with gross recklessness. And recklessness is part of that standard to prevent someone from being able to defeat a defamation claim by just sticking their head in the sand and ignoring all of the contrary evidence, which is probably one of the reasons that the Macrons sent 3 letters explicitly debunking her claims. And in the complaint, the Macrons recount the contents of those letters, which include written statements debunking Owens' claims, as well as evidence like pictures of Brigitte as a child, Brigitte's birth announcement, and photos of her first wedding, demonstrating that she is, and always has been, female. And the Macrons also reference the numerous times that Owens ignored contrary evidence as she peddled her conspiracy theories. This could help demonstrate that even if Owens truly believed that her claims were accurate, she's still acting with gross recklessness by disregarding all of the evidence to the contrary. There's still the question, though, of who will have the burden of demonstrating whether Owens' claims were true or false. Truth is a widely accepted defense to any defamation claim, and if something is true, it cannot, generally speaking, by legal definition, be defamatory. Now, traditionally, the defendant has had the burden of proving that their statements were actually true, but after New York Times versus Sullivan, courts began to reconsider who should carry the burden when the plaintiff is a public figure and the defendant is a member of the media. In Philadelphia Newspapers versus Heps, the Supreme Court considered the case of Maurice Heps, the owner of a chain of stores. The Philadelphia Inquirer had published a series of articles linking the stores in Heps to organized crime and accusing Heps of using his organized crime connections to influence the legislature. Heps sued for defamation. Now, at the time, Pennsylvania state law put the burden on the newspapers to demonstrate that his claims were true. The Supreme Court declared that this burden was an unconstitutional infringement on free speech and instead placed the burden on Heps. The court concluded that, quote, to ensure that true speech on matters of public concern is not deterred, we hold that the common law presumption that defamatory speech is false cannot stand when a plaintiff seeks damages against a media defendant for speech of public concern. And the case turned partly on the fact that the defendant was a member of the media, which raises the interesting question, is Candace Owens a member of the media? Is this a matter of public concern? Owens holds herself out as an independent journalist, even claiming that the Macron's lawsuit is, quote, a foreign government attacking the First Amendment rights of an American independent journalist. Though plaintiffs seem to be teeing up the argument that Owens actually isn't a journalist. In their complaint, they argued that Owens was, quote, motivated by personal animus rather than any legitimate journalistic practice, and say that, quote, Owens labels herself as an independent investigative journalist while routinely peddling misinformation under the guise of legitimate reporting. So if the Macrons can get the court to agree that Owens isn't actually a member of the media, they might be able to shift the onus back to Owens so that she would have to prove the truth of her statements. Now that would be a novel and interesting legal argument that would increase the chances of their prevailing, and at the minimum make it more expensive for Owens. But it's likely that if the court accepts that Owens is in fact a member of the media, as opposed to just a conspiracy theorist and opportunist, the onus would be on the Macrons to prove that Owens' statements were false, which is probably why the Macrons spent about 100 pages of their 219-page complaint laying out what Candace's claims were and why they're demonstrably false. Though either way, Candace Owens is already using this as an opportunity to fundraise.
Will Wallace writes, I'm also a sponsor. I'm going to sponsor you right into winning this case. We have to let the world know not to mess with Americans, especially our women and children. Thank you, guys. And we have seen this just definitely an uptick in donations.
And frankly, I would love to find out who's representing her in this suit, because she is doing everything you don't want a client to do. Starting with doing a 2-hour interview with Tucker Carlson. In the relevant portion of this interview, she says that she's not going to dismiss this suit, or not going to even try to dismiss this suit, to try to get discovery against the Macrons.
So you're not going to try to have the case dismissed?
I certainly do not want to have the case dismissed.
Amazing.
Yeah, and so we're having these
Hey guys, I just want to linger on this for a moment, having been around a lot of lawsuits. I've never heard anybody sue, particularly they're spending a lot of money on this because Tom Clare and his wife have big expenses, and I think they charge a lot. I've never heard anybody say, I don't want a well-funded case against me to be dismissed.
And that's one of those things that you say that's like, I'm going to take this all the way to the Supreme Court. And sure, I appreciate your gusto, but it's easy to say that at the beginning of the litigation, but when the bills start coming in, everyone has a different tune. Now, maybe the worst kind of client is the one that does their own research and comes to the wrong conclusion, but maybe the second worst kind of client is the one that has no idea, but assumes things are the other way. And Candace appears to be one of those people. She didn't know that any of this stuff is possible, but's finding out in real time.
I didn't even know how you could sue, actually. I thought that you could only sue in a country. I just am learning with everybody else how this is going to work.
Yeah, this kind of thing has totally happened before. There are all kinds of examples of people who are foreign citizens who have sued for defamation in the United States because, you know, that's where the defamation happened. And there have been some pretty big payouts, including relatively recently an $8 million payout in Washington, D.C. There was a case called Chandler versus Berlin where a man from New Zealand sued in the United States over publications that happened in the UK. That ultimately led to the second largest defamation verdict in Washington, D.C. history. Yeah, the courts in the United States are perfectly capable of dealing with citizens from other countries. Owen seems baffled that anyone would file suit in Delaware.
Because I did file in Delaware, and it is a place where we know that the courts are corrupt, but this would be a kind of precedent that would be, I think, almost even too crazy for Delaware.
Well, yeah, that's where her companies are domiciled. It is a totally normal thing to sue a defendant where they're located. And guess what? It's totally normal in the United States to file your articles of incorporation in Delaware. And on top of it, I don't think Owens has a good grasp of how civil procedure works. She talks about asking an attorney or defendants questions in a deposition of herself.
Do you want that to be your legacy? I ask him that genuinely. Like, I hope that we do get to court and I get to ask him that face to face. Maybe he's deposing me and I get to ask him, like, is the money worth it?
That's not how depositions work. When you're being deposed, you're the one that's going to have to answer all of the questions. And you can try to ask questions of other people, but you're not going to get a response. And of course, she says she doesn't care about the money and that she has truth on her side.
You're talking about a sitting president of another country coming in and saying, I'm going to sue you for telling the truth.
I am skeptical that she has the truth on her side. Extremely, extremely skeptical. But it's very easy to say that you don't care about money, you know, until the lawyers' bills start pouring in. And ultimately, if there is a multi-million-dollar verdict against you, I think you're going to start caring about the money at that point. And look, this is not going to be the easiest case for the Macrons to win, but Candace Owens seems to be doing absolutely everything that she can between publicizing the allegations, between giving interviews post-lawsuit, and making every kind of incriminating statement you could possibly make in the context of a defamation suit. She's doing everything that she possibly can to give this to the Macrons. But there's always this Streisand effect. So far, it seems like the Macrons' lawsuit has backfired, making them and the conspiracies about them even more of a topic of conversation. And Owens certainly hasn't stopped talking about it. She's already posted several more hours of videos and podcasts doubling down on all of her conspiracy theories about the Macrons and even expanding the mythology a little bit more.
What's going on in France? Brigitte Macron Emmanuel suing Candace Owens because she's getting close to finding out what exactly. Perhaps that all of it's really connected. Epstein, Brigitte, Ghislaine. Suddenly the world seems to be dialed into that fact, and things are reaching a bit of a fever pitch.
And there it is! Bingo! Congratulations, and I'm sorry for playing MAGA bingo. Now, if you're the subject of MAGA bingo and a defamatory MAGA conspiracy, you're going to want a good lawyer. Speaking of which, here's the founder and head partner of a great personal injury law firm. Now, after I started this channel, every week I'd get hundreds of comments and emails from viewers who are dealing
Okay. Legal mindset. Ja. is it? Here it is. Asmongold gets it. Reaction to Ethan Klein lawsuit. Well, legal mindset. So double reaction. Nice.
Okay, so we're gonna go into this reaction to my denims video.
So, Ethan, in his, what's the word for it? I'm trying to think. Crusade against these people is going absolutely ape about this. So he's been suing them, and here we go. It's a crusade.
So let's just go ahead and start with Frogie. Of course, I've got my PP. Now it's the same PP, but I'm going to do it differently and do it kind of special for you guys. So
Frogan
this
gives
is a very
up.
special PP because it's live. So let's talk about this. Frogan is literally about to default early next week. What has she done with the 50K she raised? We have not heard from her or her attorney at all.
What a flop.
He has like 5 days to respond.
Yep.
Now this is obviously changed, right? So the situation's changed. They have heard from her. Good job, Frogie. I literally bet that she saw this clip. She saw my video, which I made before August 1st, and her lawyer called. I'm not kidding you guys. I think her lawyer called Ethan Klein because of my video. I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you. I think this video that I put out, because I put it out before before then, I'm 100% certain that they saw that. And by the way, I'm glad Frogan did that, because it shows that she's amenable, that she's able to, amenable, that word that Ethan doesn't know, Ethan Klein doesn't know, amendable, whatever. But she's open, right? She is open. And even if it's a crack, if you're able to open that crack and open that crack sounds so bad. If you're able to open yourself up to settling with somebody and just making this go away, I think that's the best solution for you. I think you save yourself a lot of trouble. And I know some people in the chat are saying, damn it, Andrew, you shouldn't have said anything. Yes, look, you can have your personal feelings about Frogan. I've got my personal feelings about Frogan. This channel is not about personal feelings. It's about the law. It's about the law. And it's about being honest about and objective about what the law is. And even with people that are maybe people that I ideologically disagree with, I don't care. I'm trying to be objective about the legal reality. And doing this is way better than if she went through default judgment. If she went through default judgment, that's not good. That's not good. And now that's probably not going to happen. Our complaint where she loses by default.
She loses.
And this was last night.
Wow.
And this was last night. So it's probably down to 4 days. It's probably down to 4 days. So this came. So after this came from Ethan. So this is from Ethan, right? This was the Snarkers, and this is one of the most legally inaccurate takes. That's one of the most legally inaccurate.
Wow, what a surprise! A Redditor doesn't know what they're talking about. Can you believe that?
It takes ever. Yeah, no, nobody is surprised. Literally, nobody is surprised. Okay, this
No
is
way.
Snarkers. Can't wait to see the case.
Ethan with Scorched Earth.
It's gonna get worse.
Missed after Fro. What is she like? First of all, who calls her Fro? Like when I hear them call her Fro, it sounds like she's Froyo. Okay, like I can't
That ice
not
cream
think
shit?
that she's frozen yogurt.
Oh.
So let's get into this. After Fro files a motion to quash after being improperly served.
Yeah.
This dude is such.
I never.
By the way, you can tell that he's never eaten Froyo. You can tell he's never eaten Froyo. You can tell this guy's never gone for Froyo, which means he did not have like. I remember there's a time at which like that was trending. So I was. I would go eat like Froyo. Like all the girls would be like, "Oh, I go to eat Froyo," and I'm like, "Oh God!" Especially at my law firm, all the female attorneys would want to get Froyo, and it was so ridiculous, like Pinkberry and all that sort of stuff. Oh God, I remember that.
Ever eat that? Like there was some like rich white people area that my ex-girlfriend wanted me to go to,
See,
and she wanted me to buy her one of them.
There you go.
I refused to even eat a single
That's
bite.
it. That's it.
I would not eat it.
That's it.
I already have ice cream. I don't need another one.
Um,
I will not.
An idiot He has all of his money and doesn't know what to do with it. So therefore,
ice cream like a normal
lack
person.
of a lawyer
Tastes gay.
is just taking it from him.
I knew it.
LMAO. This is really funny. Okay, well, first of all,
this dude is such an idiot. He has all the money and doesn't know what to do with it. Therefore, his quack of a lawyer. Oh God.
Let's correct the record. All lawyers are greedy, money sucking.
That's right.
Soulless.
Whenever I heard this is why I wanted to go to law school.
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm with it right there. I don't take that as a bad.
Okay, encrypted master tape. Great. Yeah, that's nice. More disorder damage. Nice. On the equiper's anomaly proficiency. $375, but I do need to. Yeah, there is no anomaly build-up rate. I think that is just really good. So like getting this engine. Is a good idea for everyone, for every anomaly character, as long as that anomaly character is the one that makes the disorder happen.
Thing, right? Like, to be objective means you do have to put aside your emotions and you do have to tamp those down, and you do have to be able to even argue for at times you're essentially arguing for the devil in some people's eyes, right? You're arguing for people that other people view as purely evil, but there are certain principles as a society which we agree on, and therefore we work together to defend those principles and values, right? Such as innocent until proven guilty, right? But yeah, I'm here, and listen, man, I would be here for the Asmin legal arc. I would love for Asmin to go to law school and be the next law tuber. That'd be great. That'd be great. I'd support that. I fully support them. Quacks. No, they're all crazy in a special way. All the lawyers are crazy in a special way. But beyond that,
yeah, as soon as I realized that,
really inaccurate and completely wrong. And I'm going to explain how this is just completely wrong.
You're quack? No, the reason actually was because I played Magic the Gathering. My friend Jason knew all the rules so well that he could manipulate the rules to make himself win in disputes where he shouldn't have won. But I couldn't argue against it because I didn't know the rules as well as him. And so I thought that if I could learn the legal code, I could manipulate people in the world in a way that he could manipulate Magic the Gathering.
This is 100% true, guys. This is 500% true. Magic the Gathering is actually one that is very much related to rules. So there are players that know all of the rules and don't, and the ones that know the rules have such an advantage over the ones that don't. So as more rules are added, the players that know and are able to memorize all of the rules autistically, and I don't say that in a bad way, that's actually an appreciative way, they're able to win, right? Because they've got an encyclopedic memory of all the rules. I really didn't care. I just wanted to have fun. right? And I just thought about it like a fun little puzzle to figure out, right? So, my friends played, so I just want to have fun with my friends, right? But yeah, he's completely right about this. If you're able to manipulate the rules, you are able to manipulate reality. And the people, and this is very true, in power, and the people that have the resources, which aren't just, by the way, resources are not just money. Resources are connections. Resources are time, right? Certain people are able to manipulate things because they find a rule and they exploit it. Oftentimes, people become rich because they find one rule that they can exploit. They can find an exception to or a way to get around it, and they become millionaires or billionaires, overnight, because they find an exception. They find one thing and they're able to manipulate that rule. First of all, let's explain what a default judgment is, okay? Default judgment is a court ruling in favor of the plaintiff, typically because the defendant does not file a defense, or the defendant doesn't acknowledge
They don't even know what happened.
If you just want to stick your head in the sand and pretend you don't know what's going on, you're likely going to get a default judgment. Now,
so it's not like it's even going to get thrown out. The only person that's going to get thrown out is Frogan.
There are certain circumstances in which not receiving service is a real thing.
Yeah.
However,
that's why they have to
in
serve
this
you
case,
papers.
Ethan Klein has multiple methods. He can, obviously have what we call hand deliveries when you're hand serviced, but there's also service by publication, so you can publish it in a newspaper general circulation.
That's right.
And that can generally get back and serve the service. And beyond that,
she acknowledged it. She should have never acknowledged it.
Now, one thing to point out here, which I need to be very clear about. Acknowledging on social media isn't necessarily acceptance of service, but it shows really bad faith in terms of service. So it is not a good look, although legally, because you acknowledge the existence of a lawsuit, sometimes in certain circumstances, that's not enough to qualify as service of process. However, the federal courts, state courts are different. There's different states that are different, right? So there's a variance there. It depends on what type of lawsuit it is, right? If it's a regulatory thing, if it's criminal, civil, right? So these things all make a difference.
Pretty good lately.
In terms of service of process. But now, remember, I
realized that anomaly is the easiest to do, as it's fairly consistent, like especially Bernice. You just go and that's all. For 5 seconds. Anomaly build-up rate 40%. Yeah, 5 seconds is not much at all.
Good day, Lord Phaeton.
But where should I even use Piper? She's a pretty cool character, but don't even have her built up. And yeah, this game doesn't really have.
Let's take a break.
189! No, man. Like, this is not bad, but it can be better depending on how it rolls. Same here, same here. And here. And then respect number for certain enemy, they could produce additional damage. Attack it for 12 seconds. Really, most people use attack percent. It is that low. Distributor faction. So Lucy. Squad members damaged. It's increased by 8%. Damage increase. Physical support, I mean Caesar. Caesar exists. Let's play Caesar, Lucy. Go for the special attacks, engine spin around when it hits, and when she gains one stack of power up to a maximum of 20 stacks. Physical anomaly build-up rate. Well, maybe she... Well, maybe. She needs energy regen at not percent attack. How is she in the energy regen department? Anomaly attack, anomaly proficiency, anomaly build-up rate. Energy regen 144. But how are you? I want to spin. Fuck it. Energy regen. Oh. Unfortunate. Maybe. Mm-hmm. Why attack percent? Why not pen? By the way. Upper please. Wow. Wow. This might just become the best option. Or it might not. I mean, that's certainly is going to be an upgrade for someone.
Now this has been cured. This has now been fixed. So this problem has been fixed, but this is still a good lesson on default judgment. We'll know that Frogan knows about this lawsuit.
Of course.
Like, it's not something that Frogan doesn't know about. It's very public. So it's very clear what's going on here to a judge. That Frogan is trying to dodge.
She would
Frogan is trying to evade
it's
this,
over.
right? And
She knows that. Everybody knows that.
This default judgment, this court ruling in favor of the plaintiff, he would win without Frogan ever having a chance to assert defense. So Frogan, even if she gets this default judgment, so even if the court ends up ultimately siding with Ethan Klein and saying, hey, default judgment. And remember, with a default judgment, that isn't a win for Klein. He gets what he wants. So he'll get damages, whatever else
it's
he
like
wants.
If your team quits the game in the middle of a match, you still win the match, but it's like you don't
video,
really
whatever
win.
he wants, he's going to get that by default. Just say it. Well, this person is not fighting back, so okay. And then he can proceed if she doesn't do anything. She can proceed to collecting on that judgment at a certain point. However, Frogi Yogi does have a potential opportunity to challenge the default judgment.
Of
and
course.
she does that with an objection to the default judgment, which is a motion to set aside. So she can make a motion to set aside the default judgment. Now, she does need to have a valid excuse, right? So not receiving the claim could be if
you set up a GoFundMe, you talked about it. That is not gonna happen.
If the service, all types of service were invalid. But I guarantee you that at least one type of service that they used on this, whether it was, hand delivery or publication or some sort of substitute service, was legally sufficient to provide notice of service or sufficient service to proceed with the case.
Well, she already
They're
knew
not going to issue the default judgment typically if there was completely bunk service. But the burden would be on Frogi to prove that. And beyond that,
there's no way she can prove that, especially if he said it and she acknowledged it the entire time.
You'd have to have something like illness or extreme emergency. And as far as we know in the Frogan case, Frogan is not in a hospital. Frogan is not under extreme emergency. Frogan was not in a crisis zone.
Well, I think that she is. I mean, the rents probably do, and that's not going so well, I would assume. But she does have that extra $35,000 to make.
And how is she spent? The big question, which I still have, is how.
The fuck. Okay, so the fact that she is not shaded fully here is kind of a 9. It makes her look less beautiful. Makes her face look weird.
How has she spent that $35,000? How?
Maybe things will be okay.
She's not somewhere where bad stuff is going down.
Yeah, surely.
Right. Or she'd have to prove a procedural error.
Unless the judge is sympathetic to Frogan. What do you think?
But not on procedure, right? The judges on procedure are very neutral. And now, when it gets to the substance of the claim, yes, it's possible. But on procedure, they're really not going to have those same biases. So that's where I don't think there's a chance.
Do you think the judges are going to be sympathetic to Frogan?
Right? However, she has to respond to do this. And that response has to be very prompt and persuasive. So she'd have to do that anyway.
Oh, that's
so she's going to have
no Peruski,
go
guys.
back, write the court, and explain why she did not respond before, etc. And the judge is not obliged to accept that. The judge can say, I don't accept this. We're still sticking with the default.
Damn.
Now, here's the thing. Here's the biggest thing. And here's where the snarkers are completely wrong. This is where the snarkers just are completely...
Wait, so are you telling me that a bunch of random Redditors with no degree or any sort of knowledge in
yes, I am, Asmon. Yes, I am.
this topic whatsoever actually don't know what they're talking about?
Yes.
There's no way.
Yes.
This might be the first time that's happened.
Stupid. Is even if Frogie objects to the default, and even if the judge grants her motion, if everything goes the same way, you know what the end result is?
She's paying
You know
Ethan
what the end
money.
result
That's the end result.
is? It's not the case being dropped, kids. It's the case proceeding as normal.
Man.
So if Frogan goes through all this extra work, all she's going to do
is make it happen anyway.
See, this, guys, I sincerely believe that this is why Frogan contacted Ethan Klein's lawyer. I mean, I know I'm trying to be too much egotistical, but I do think they watch this and they're like, you know what? You're right about this. Let's just go ahead and do this. You know, Andrew's right here. You know, old legal mindset. He's making a good point here. This is 100% true. Let's just go ahead and be, you know, collaborative, because us being obstructionist isn't going to get us anywhere. Us putting our head in the sand isn't going to get into this, right? It's crazy. Have the case proceed as normal. Literally, somebody in the chat said it. Who said it here? Square one. It's back at square one. Congratulations, Frogan. You literally did nothing. You do all this work for freaking nothing. Wow, Queen. Wow. So smart. Oh my God. Oh my gosh.
Slay.
Sigma. Right. We're just going crazy here. We're just going crazy. But let's also talk about the money.
Uh-oh.
So here's our lovely Frogie. And she's got, you know, her legal defense fund at this point at $35K. She also had other donations from other places. So I believe, you know,
$35,000. That's a lot of money.
Was around 50K.
Oh, her goal was $200,000 though.
She didn't even get to her goal. She is not going to hit that goal. She is not hitting that goal right now.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Not so good, huh?
Okay. He's tracking this closer than I am. So let's just assume that it's 50K, you know.
He is.
You know, she's got at least 35K here. But she had this legal defense fund. And my concern is, what about the money? What did you do with the cash, Frogan? What did you do with the cash?
Where's the money, Lebowski?
You're not spending all that money on your lawsuit. And so the question is, where is that money going, Frogan? Where is it going, Frogan?
Everybody knows.
Don't say it. Where is that money going, Frogan? Is that going to your muffin budget? Because it's certainly not going into responding to the claims, right? Certainly not going to respond to the claims. And what happens if the funds were diverted? Once again, I listen. I tease and love here, okay? Obviously, she's now corrected the error of her ways, okay? That was a gentle tease, okay? Maybe some people might think it's a little harsh, but it was, you know, meant to be playful, okay? For the purposes.
Corin Sweat, the actor
Why Superman's trunks are non-negotiable by nursing.
who's playing Superman in the new movie, and he had this to say about Superman's iconic red trunks.
The problem with the trunks is that they look kind of silly. My contribution, I think, was to say, what if the point is that they look a little silly? He doesn't want to look cool, and the trunks are just a way of saying, I'm not too cool, I don't take myself too seriously. Come say hi, come laugh at me. Who cares? I can take it.
Absolutely. And Emily was right to send me that TikTok because she knows I'm wild about these red trunks. I made a video a couple of years ago defending Superman's red trunks because Superman wearing his red trunks is intentionally a little goofy, which helps him feel a little bit more approachable. And I want to be clear here that I am calling the classic suit silly in the most affectionate way. Superman should be a little dorky. That's what makes this otherwise threatening, powerful alien charming and comforting. And I don't know, it's just nice to hear other content creators like David Cornsweat also echoing those same sentiments. Speaking of echoing, by the way, much like this narrow hallway, Superman's red trunks have echoed throughout the history of the character ever since his creation all the way back in Action Comics #1. Since then, they've appeared in all kinds of media, from toys to video games to comic books to nearly all of the live action portrayals of Superman. I say nearly because of, well, let's talk about it. So, a funny thing about the original Action Comics and other Golden Age Superman comics like it are that the red trunks served multiple purposes. One of them was how it helped to break up the character and make it easier for readers to follow the action from page to page. I mean, you might not remember this or know it even, but Golden Age comics back in the day were printed on really cheap paper with a printing process that was far from high fidelity. So having a character design like this, where all the reader has to focus on are big blocks of blue interrupted by little bits of red, like the trunk there in the middle, it was helpful for the reader to follow the action, to follow that character. But it's exactly those red trunks breaking up the design that people argue against in a modern era. It's why Henry Cavill's Superman is like this impenetrable wall of blue, right? Because the red trunks, you know, they interrupt the sleek, streamlined design of the Superman costume. Not that Zack Snyder didn't at least try to find a design that worked with the red trunks. According to James Gunn, in an interview, he said, quote, "I was on the no trunks team for a long time. And Zack Snyder said that when he was doing it, he tried a billion different trunk versions, as we did. And I kept going back to no trunks, no trunks, no trunks." And as much as I would love to leave Zack Snyder and his Superman films in the past, I'm not going to, because I hate my comment section. But it's not hard to understand this problem with the trunks, right? I mean, it wasn't really long into Superman's history that fans of Superman themselves started wondering about the trunks. They looked antiquated, they looked weird. People lost the understanding of why he even has them. In Super Gods, for example, Grant Morrison wastes no time at all, just 14 pages in, before they ask this question. Because there's really only one question everyone wants to ask when the subject of Superman comes up. If he's so goddamn super, why does he wear his underpants outside his tights? Now, if you know anything about comic book history, and I think you do, you're a nerd like me, you already know the answer to this question. Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster were so inspired to design Superman with the cape and the spandex tights and, of course, the trunks themselves, because they knew that the peak of human masculinity and strength was circus strongmen. Just like me and how masculine I look right now. My wife, who's filming, gave me a big thumbs up, so I'm happy about that. But I think people focus too much on the strongman part of circus strongman when they're talking about the history of superhero designs and costumes. We don't really focus too much on the circus part, and I think that's important because circus strongmen, they were performers, they were entertainers, they were showmen, right? They didn't want to exude so much power and strength to scare off, to intimidate other people. That would be bad for business. No, you needed to feel and look approachable so that families, specifically families with little kids, would be so in awe of the feats of strength that you're doing that they would want to come and say hi. They would want to see what you were doing. It was important to be approachable. And David Cornsweat understands this. To continue with that James Gunn interview, he says, quote, "David said something to me that really affected me. Superman wants kids to not be afraid of him. He's an alien. He's got these incredible powers. He shoots beams out of his eyes. He can blow a truck over. So he dresses like a professional wrestler. He dresses in a way that makes people unafraid of him, that shows that positivity." That really clicked for me. Did I do this? Do the red trunks look a little silly? Yes, they do. But that's the point.
My contribution, I think, was to say, what if the point is that they look a little silly?
Like, all right, I don't want to give myself that much credit for my video a couple of years ago, but it is just so refreshing to hear other people, especially people tied to a new Superman franchise, saying the exact same things that I've been saying about Superman's trunks for the last couple of years. I mean, think about what Grant Morrison said, right? If he is so super, why is he wearing trunks on the outside of his tights? It's because the trunks give him his humanity. They show a little bit of softness in Superman. Yes, he is super, but he's also man, right? You can't separate the two. He's Superman. Because you know what happens when you split up super and man and you just have a character who's only super? Come with me. So right now, I'm working on a video about Crypto the Super Dog. It'll be out whenever it's out, but I'm stumbling into a character that comes up a lot in this era of comic books, unfortunately. And it's this guy right here, Frederick Wortham. Now, if you know anything about comic history, and again, I think we've established that you do, you know Frederick Wortham as the guy who wrote Seduction of the Innocent. This was a guy who believed firmly that comic books and superheroes were poisoning the minds of young children. They were a malicious force corrupting the morals of adolescents. Now, he was mostly talking about crime and horror comic books, but I mean, if you're gonna swing at comic books, you're gonna swing at superheroes, and who else are you gonna swing at other than Superman himself? So, Wortham wrote, "Ostensible heroes, such as Superman, tended to solve problems through the use of force and thereby taught children to be submissive to authoritarianism." Quote, "Superman, with the big S on his uniform, we should, I suppose, be thankful it's not an SS. It's a little Nazi joke from Frederick Wortham. Needs an endless stream of ever-new submen, criminals, and foreign-looking people, not only to justify his existence, but to even make it possible." End quote. Now, Wortham was far from the only critic. He was obviously the most vocal and the most outspoken and popular at the time, but there were other writers, like a Time magazine author who wrote that Superman is akin to a Nazi in an article called "Are Comics Fascist?" He also, there was also another writer that talked about how comic books demonstrated to children, quote, "the nihilistic man of totalitarian ideology." They did not mince words about this. They believed comic books and superheroes, and specifically Superman, was a representative of all of these ideals they didn't like: authoritarianism, Nazism even. Now, I bring this up not to say that we're on the verge of another debate for comic book history, saying that, oh, comic books are going to be poisoning the minds of children once again. You know, I think it's important to remember that the Senate subcommittee hearing on juvenile delinquency ended by saying that no, comics aren't bad for children. Stop. But I do think it's ironic that in a modern era, we've come back around on a design of Superman that to me feels very militaristic. And I know that's not helped by the fact that one of the most popular images of Henry Cavill as Superman is him standing in front of U.S. military vehicles and personnel and weaponry. But I mean, come on, they put this in the movie for a reason. They wanted you to associate these two. But I'm just so happy that we've moved on from this and are instead focusing once again on the glory and the silliness of the trunks. I don't know if you can see this. My cat sneezed on it here. It doesn't matter, but look, we're trying to do this all in one take, and we've gotten this far, so here's all I'll say, just to end it out. I love Superman's goofy little trunks. To me, they are not just some sort of frivolous costume choice, this meaningless element of a bygone era, all right? They are a little bit that, but they're not just that, okay? To me, hopefully my audio is good here. To me, the trunks represent something important about Superman. Look, I'm being goofy, Superman is goofy. These trunks represent Superman's humanity, his humility, and his intent to serve rather than to subjugate. And I think that's awesome. And I love that they're kind of wacky. And besides, if you wanted to watch a James Gunn produced Superman film that's kind of a authoritarian power fantasy of the character, just watch Brightburn. I remember it being fine. It's fine.
Mm-hmm. Updated date. 3 months ago. Let's see the updated video by Kana.
Although Jane was one of the most anticipated and beloved agents in
London,
and for A-rank engines specifically, the best options are Electro Lip Gloss or Weeping Gemini, as Jane can maintain good uptime on both engines' passives. But as always, keep in mind that each passive has specific conditions to satisfy. For S-rank W engines, her signature is still simply the best given its anomaly proficiency, build-up rate increase, and added physical damage. But aside from this, Time Weaver even post-nerf is still her second best option based on current performances and calculations, with it only being roughly 8 to 10% worse. Now, in case you're curious though, Fusion Compiler is also fairly competitive as an option, but because it is on a similar level to that of her A-rank options, it feels less viable as a competitive option, unless of course you have extra copies. With all this, my recommendation would be to use Weeping Gemini at max copy level, as it is craftable and Electro Lip Gloss would otherwise cost money. But now it's time we address a very important question. Is Jane Doe's signature really necessary? And to be honest, the answer is, well, not really. At the time of this writing, even a nerfed Time Weaver still performs decently as an alternative to Jane's signature, and given the fact that newer W engines seem to continue gaining more and more stats with increasingly strong passives, it's very reasonable to skip a character's W engine and perhaps wait for a new character's likely stronger option. That said, if something like that doesn't happen, Jane's W engine will still perform amazingly on her specifically, but as we've seen trend, even some of the newer W engines just have universal anomaly buildup rate on them specifically. Jane's best set is 4-piece Fanged Metal with Phaethon's Melody as her ideal 2-piece option, but despite this, Freedom Blues, Chaos Jazz, Puffer, and even Astral/Hormone are still competitive from the 2-piece slot. Now, although this is the case, because of how rare it is to find anomaly mastery sources in Zenless Zone 0, the 2-piece effect that's best for Jane, and honestly for most anomaly characters in general, will still be Phaethon's Melody. Side note, in terms of 4-piece Fanged Metal versus something like 4-piece Phaethon's Melody or even Freedom Blues, Fanged Metal outperforms by roughly 5 to 10% depending on how many rolls you have, and Freedom Blues is even worse than this. Overall, Fanged Metal is definitely Jane's best option, so definitely use this if you have it. Regarding her main stats, Jane prefers a 4th slot anomaly proficiency, 5th slot physical damage, and 6th slot anomaly mastery disc, but in certain cases, her 5th or 6th discs can actually be changed to attack depending on the team composition. For transparency, this is usually only ever the case with an excessive amount of attribute overlap, where you'd otherwise get minimal value from applying more anomaly, but for a sample stat line, Jane is looking for ideally 2300 to 2400 attack, 420 or more anomaly proficiency to reach her passion passive's attack requirement, and at least 100 stat line. Jane is looking for ideally 2300 to 2400 attack, 420 or more anomaly proficiency to reach her passion passive's attack requirement.
Passion passives attack requirement. What? Okay. Bernice instead of Bernice, and let's use Jane. No, engine equipped. Okay, whatever. Mm-hmm. 419 anomaly proficiency after the first thing. And what this her passive. Look at this. So glorious.
There's no class today.
Which alias should I use this time?
No, look, this is 60 divided by 0.16 equals 375 is what she needs. But then okay, what's up with her passive that requires 420?
With assaults. Now let's break down her core passive and additional ability. Jane's core passive seems much more complicated than it actually is, but we still do need to talk some numbers. Whenever Jane hits an enemy, she applies a debuff known as the nod state, and this can cause enemies to flinch. What's important here, however, is that this allows assault anomalies to crit. Each point of Jane's anomaly proficiency further increases her base chance to crit, but that said, Jane needs 375 total anomaly proficiency to guarantee a crit every time. Each point of Jane's anomaly proficiency further increases this crit rate by 0.1%, but as a side note, in case you're curious, the crit damage of these crits is locked at 50% no matter what effect or buff she's given, at least at the time of this writing. Now regarding her additional ability, this is active when another agent on her team is from her police force faction or when she's paired with an anomaly agent. That said, once activated, Jane's anomaly buildup rate is increased by 20%, and if the enemy already has an attribute anomaly effect present on them, this buildup rate is increased further by an extra 15%. Before we move to Jane's basic attacks, we should talk more about Passion, which is the overall passive that Jane has attached to her kit. Now in terms of how it works, when Jane triggers a perfect dodge, defensive assist, or performs a move that deals damage to the enemy, she accumulates Passion Stream. Upon reaching the maximum Passion Stream, this is when Jane enters the Passion state. While in this form, as mentioned previously, Jane's physical anomaly buildup rate is increased by 25%, and if Jane's anomaly proficiency is beyond 120, each extra point above this increases her attack by 2 up to a maximum of 600. Long story short, she needs 420 anomaly proficiency to cap on this increased attack value, but no, you aren't hearing wrong, this is a second threshold that she technically has to account for if she wants to receive all the buffs in her kit. Now in addition to this, while she's in the Passion state, Jane's abilities that deal damage will actually expend or consume Passion Stream, but don't worry, as activating a perfect dodge or using a defensive assist will regenerate your Passion Stream as well. Now just as a formality, but as you likely guessed, when Jane does run out of Passion Stream, she does exit the Passion state. Jane's primary basic attack combo is a 6-part attack that deals physical damage. This is what Jane usually performs as her filler, or in other words, what she does when she doesn't have any energy or the ability to perform a dodge counter. And given that any damage will increase Jane's passion meter when she's out of it, these attacks accumulate Passion Stream, filling up Jane's gauge meter. meter. These attacks will suffice as your goal is ultimately just to accumulate passion stream, filling up Jane's gauge meter. Once in this state though, Jane then gains access to the skill we mentioned earlier known as Salcho Jump, and this is Jane's charged basic attack, which causes her to spin rapidly in place, refill her passion meter, and grants her increased anti-interrupt while also reducing the damage she takes by 40%. Jane's special attack is pretty normal and unnoteworthy as the skill simply grants Jane invulnerability when casted while also generating a decent amount of anomaly. Jane's assists are not usually worth performing as her basics, dodge counters, or simply swapping to another agent without needing to perform an assist will usually save time or feel more comfortable, but because of the passion stream that she regenerates when performing them, and because some bosses in Deadly Assault have mechanics dedicated specifically to assists, you may actually have to perform these on occasion. Apart from the standard dodge mechanics, Jane does gain 2 dodge related abilities, but truthfully these are not really that much different in terms of performance compared to her normal dodge abilities. Instead, the value from these new skills typically comes from her enhanced movement, since the abilities otherwise apply the same amount of anomaly. As a final reminder, using Jane's perfect dodge while in the passion state will also fill her passion meter, so keep this in mind when you're managing her resources. Jane's chain attack applies a good amount of anomaly against enemies, but more importantly, this attack has 2 interesting functions. First, it allows Jane to re-enter the passion state and gain max gauge, but secondly, it also has a fairly wide AoE, which does make this pretty helpful for hitting multiple enemies. Like with her chain attack, Jane's ultimate also applies a massive amount of anomaly while also allowing Jane to enter the passion state with max gauge. Now, while Jane does have a varied kit, most of her damage does come from the assault anomalies that she applies and the overall disorder playstyle that she shares when now paired with characters like Vivian, Bernice, etc. Despite this though, she does still gain a decent amount of value when you upgrade her abilities, and with that, the ideal skill priority order is core passive,
okay,
ultimate / chain tied with EX special, dodge counter, and basics. However, the last skill you should focus on is her assists, as again, these are not typically always necessary. Normally, this is the part where I would include a few combos for you to make use of, but because of the way that Jane functions, it's more important now to talk about her gameplay goals first. To start, while in the passion state, using as many EX specials, dodge counters, and basics as possible will be your goal. To add to this, in order to maintain this form, Jane should perform her Salcho Jump and perfect dodges when her passion meter is low. Lastly, if you aren't in Jane's passion state, performing basic attacks, dodge counters, or even using EX special attacks in order to generate passion will also work too. In terms of combos, Jane has a few, but it is worth noting that some of these sequences can be difficult to pull off depending on the fight, and as a result, it can often be more comfortable to just use Jane's basic attacks and dodge counters until the enemy has assault applied. That said, let's now talk about the shortcuts that Jane has access to for optimizing her gameplay. Let's first start with her EX special attack. Unfortunately for Jane, this is a skill that technically has more limitations than her other abilities, and this is because the skill itself doesn't shortcut / directly connect to any other moves. By contrast, her quick assists and dodge counters do allow her to use her other skills faster, but we'll get to that in a second. Because her EX special lacks this unique quality, Jane can compensate for this by performing a dash attack immediately after her EX special, and then follow this with her remaining 4th, 5th, and 6th basic attacks. On the topic of Jane's quick assist and dodge counter, however, these will allow her to skip directly to the 3rd part of her basic attack. And for what it's worth, this can be useful in some cases. However, where these shortcuts are most important is if Jane performs the same quick assist or dodge counter while she's in the passion state. With this, she instead skips to the 5th part of her basic attack, and the main value in doing this is the increased anomaly this attack generates, while also gaining access to improved skills with better feeling movement. And ultimately, these reasons alone are enough for them to be used when possible. These shortcuts aside, however, there are 2 broad combos that you can use when fighting bosses, though it does sound a bit more complicated than it really is. The first combo is for when Jane lacks a fellow anomaly agent like Vivian, and to start, you'll fill roughly 50 to 60% of the anomaly bar on said enemy / boss before their stun bar is filled, and immediately after, activate stun and perform Jane's chain attack. Once completed, end this chain, use Jane's Salcho Jump until she fully applies an assault anomaly against the target, or you can use her Salcho Jump briefly and immediately end it after if the assault anomaly is of no concern. But in both cases, right before the Salcho Jump jump would end, you'll swap to another agent, reactivate the stun on the boss, and perform Jane's second chain attack. At this point, Jane will then be able to use her EX special attack and then her ultimate to end things off. Now, this second combo is for when Jane does have an anomaly agent like Vivian, and honestly, it's a bit simpler. Once again, pre-fill roughly 50 to 60% of the anomaly bar on said enemy / boss before their stun bar is filled, then activate the stun on the enemy and perform the non-Jane anomaly agent's chain attack first. However, instead of ending the chain here, chain attack to Jane afterwards and end the chain once she's done performing her own. But from this point, Jane should then be able to use her EX special attack and end things with her ultimate, just like in the first combo. For W engines, Jane Doe has many viable options, and for A rank engines specifically, the best options are Electro Lip Gloss or Weeping Gemini, as now we should move on to Jane's Mindscapes. Her first Mindscape is a decent increase to her overall performance and also provides her with a good quality of life change, with it allowing her to store 2 total Salcho jumps. But even with quality of life aside, the added anomaly buildup and damage increases are quite noticeable here too, with this account.
Okay, so that's alright, but there are no calcs on screen. So let's see if just 25 has them.
We can't avoid it any longer. It's finally time. Before I start giving opinions, let's talk about little facts. This is Jane Doe. She is a rat. Oh, look at her go! That rat Thyron sure has some riz. But this is breaking news. They just decided to make this change for the content creator server, and it will ship over to 1.7. Time Weaver will no longer apply universal anomaly buildup rate. What it does still do is it still gives 75 anomaly proficiency, it still gives 30% attack, and it still gives 25% disorder damage. The 25% disorder damage is interesting because effectively this makes agents that are not Jane do more damage at the cost of Jane's own damage. And now Jane's own buildup. So while this engine used to be better than Sharp and Stinger on Jane in any team with a second anomaly agent, debatably, it is no longer the case. So, it sucks. It is what it is. I really thought they wouldn't change it. They decided to. Oh well. Rest in peace, Time Weaver. You had a good run. Other engine options. Electro Lip Gloss is the Battle Pass engine. It's alright. Definitely works. It's the best A rank engine option. Similarly to the Electro Lip Gloss is the Fusion Compiler. Fusion Compiler requires you to use Jane's EX or non-EX special attack to get the buff stacked up, but it is a pen ratio main stat. It does give 12 attack percent. It has a high base attack. It's generally going to be all right and competitive with the other A rank engine options. This is Weeping Gemini. This is the craftable. Tell Susie I said hi. Susie top tier. Where is my playable Susie? This is Weeping Gemini. It's great. It's the craftable option. Yes, Weeping Gemini is better than Rainforest Gourmet. That's just how it is. Where this is Weeping Gemini. It's generally going to be all right and give to get the buffers you to the Electro Lip Gloss is the Fusion Compiler. Fusion Compiler requires you to use Jane's EX or non-EX special attack to get the buff stacked up, but it is a pen ratio main stat. It does give 12 attack percent. It has a high base attack. It's generally going to be all right and competitive with the other A rank engine options. This is Weeping Gemini. This is the craftable. Tell Susie I said hi. Susie top tier. Where is my playable Susie? This is Weeping Gemini. It's great. It's the craftable option. Yes, Weeping Gemini is better than Rainforest Gourmet. That's just how it is. Weeping Gemini is great. Drive discs. We're still recommending 4-piece Fanged Metal. It's 45 damage bonus essentially. That's what it is. Other options, you can technically use Hormone Punk on Jane, but really it's kind of just Fang Metal. It's recommended 2 pieces are a bit more interesting. So they just released this set called Faith on Melody in the last few updates. This set is 2-piece Anomaly Mastery. Generally speaking, I find Jane to have the best results with 2-piece Faith on Melody for the 8% Anomaly Mastery. I think it is better than the other options, being 2-piece AP or 2-piece pen, or even 2-piece attack. So I'll throw that out there. It's not mandatory. You can still use 2-piece AP or 2-piece pen, but I find Anomaly Mastery to be the better 2-piece. And this is because of how Anomaly works and how it's threshold based. You are likely to get additional assaults with the 2-piece Anomaly Mastery. Main stats, she's an Anomaly Agent, it's Anomaly Proficiency, Anomaly Mastery, slots 4 and 6. Slot 5 can be any of the 3. If you play with Astra, technically pen percent is the best one, but they're all so similar that it really doesn't matter. Teams. So I brushed on this earlier. I don't recommend playing Jane as her own Anomaly DPS, but you certainly can, and I still will cover those teams for the people interested. Just know that I don't really recommend them. What I do recommend is Jane, Astra, Vivian. If you do not have Astra, you can use Nicole or Caesar here. Jane, Astra, Bernice. If you do not have Astra, you can use Nicole or Caesar or Lucy here. So those are the things, or those are the two. Jane has 2 Anomaly partners. They are Vivian and Bernice. I am currently of the belief that Vivian is better than Bernice or Jane, but we will see with time and matchups. If you already have Bernice, maybe wait a few days and see what people have to say about Vivian and what kind of results people are getting. If you are a Mindscape puller, Vivian's Mindscapes are much better than Bernice's. Specifically, Vivian's M1 is very good for Jane. Check out the Vivian video for more information. Vivian video. Vivian Vives V-Shells by the V-Shore. So it doesn't matter. Jane's essentially bonus Anomaly mechanic, which is the crit, interacts with Vivian in a super positive way, getting more damage out of Vivian's core abilities than other agents would normally. If you are dedicated to playing Jane as her own DPS, the default full A rank team is Jane, Seth, and Nicole. If you're looking to make upgrades to this, you could play Jane, Seth, Astra, or Jane, Seth. Let's go with that. Jane, Seth, Rena. Yep, it's definitely an option. If you do play Nicole, you don't want pen ratio on Jane, you would use attack or fizz percent. That's fine. Pretty straightforward. So that's Jane. You can still clear Deadly Assault bosses with Jane 3 stars. It's just very difficult, and you may need to optimize your gameplay to do it. So don't feel bad if you're struggling, but it is possible. A large part of that is because of a lack of Fizz weak boss encounters in the Deadly Assault lineups. I feel like we say the same thing every time, but it's true. Weakness matters, especially for Anomaly agents. Actually, it just matters in general because it affects days. It just matters. It matters a lot. So yeah, it is what it is. Hopefully we get Fizz challenges in the future. So another way to get more, I guess you could say, mileage out of a Jane is Mindscapes. If you pulled Jane and still want to play her, her Mindscapes can help keep her relevant. Jane specifically is an M1, very good M2. If you don't know, Jane's M1 is an extra 15% anomaly buildup and 30 damage bonus. It's all right. 12, 14.
Anomaly Agent Jane is back and she is stronger than ever. Not only did she get new sets the X special, which leaves us with a possible of version 1.7, Time Weaver has been fixed, and that unfortunately impacts Jane's weapon choices by quite a bit. While it has been even better than her signature B4, well, depending on how well built your Burnus has been at least.
Okay, it's Cyberpunk 2077, the game the devs redeemed. Review. Come the completionist.
Welcome back to the channel. My name is Kami, and I'm a completionist who reviews every game after 100%.
Nope. I'm not interested in listening to this. Yeah, which I suppose... Two reasons for that. Kami the completionist, how he presented himself, and the way his voice sounds. This is why conservatives and cynics don't seem to like Superman by giving Grizzly.
Hey, isn't it great that summer blockbuster movies are now just political Rorschach tests? I wanna die!
You know, really, the superhero is a pretty American invention. Now, that's not to say that cultures in the past didn't have stories about beings with extraordinary powers, but I feel like the gods of old in ancient Greece, Scandinavia, Africa, and Asia, they were always either immensely flawed figures who sort of reflected aspects of the culture that they were born from.
I am tired of the same old faces. It's the same old things.
Or they were just personifications or explanations for natural phenomena that they just didn't have explanations for yet. But the superhero, a person with superpowers who uses their abilities to help other people out of just pure altruism or empathy, is a pretty recent invention, and it's an American invention. It is pure Americana, and one of the first figures of this kind was Superman. From the beginning, Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster intended for Superman to be a champion of the oppressed, a friend to anyone and a helping hand to those in need, fighting social injustices domestically and abroad. Because no matter where they're from, where they are, who they are, what they identify as, everyone is deserving of kindness, and everyone's life means something. In fact, one of the first issues of Superman's solo series was Superman #2, in which Superman, he goes to the fictional country of Baravia to intervene in an ongoing conflict to save innocent people from the violence of... Hey, wait a second.
They chose him. Let them die.
So fucking loud.
Hey! Quit messing around!
I'm not messing around. I'm doing important stuff.
Superman is a film that just gets what type of story it's telling. James Gunn is a filmmaker who truly understands the medium of comic books and what they're all about, and he has such a knack for adapting those elements to the screen. It's clear to anyone, frankly, who has spent any substantial amount of time studying the medium of comic books that there has always been an intrinsic progressiveness and humanity at the core of comic book superhero stories, shining a light on societal injustices and fears and showing people through the escapism of these larger-than-life characters and situations a better path forward. And truly, comic books, comic book movies, cartoons, and television have taught me how to be a person in a lot of ways. How to be kind, how to be vulnerable and open and accepting and loving. Not to say that, I didn't have figures around me when I was growing up that taught me values like this, but these stories that really tapped into something that was just so interesting to my little boy goopy brain that really helped reinforce those values. So it's no coincidence that I kind of grew up to be a leftist. Like, no, I'm serious. In our modern westernized understanding of the political spectrum, people on the left tend to usually be driven by progressivism and material reality and empiricism, dialectics, collectivism, the kind of stuff that makes you a more empathetic person, someone who actually values freedoms and the lives of their fellow human beings, things that make you want to make the world a better place for everyone, no matter who they are or what they are. And since making good art usually requires one to be curious and understanding in their observations of the world around them, it's no wonder that some of the best art and artists have a left-leaning bent to them. But then you have people on the right side of that spectrum. Those people tend to be driven more by things like hate or grievance or tribalism, social conservatism, things that lead people to resent things like freedom, because that means that other people get to do things, and if they do something that they don't like for some stupid reason like insecurity or jealousy, they cry and piss and moan and shit their pants about it. People on the right love censorship because that makes it easier for them to lie or bend the truth. If you're insecure or jealous of another person because they seem to be happier than you or better than you at a certain thing, well then just lie and make up whatever excuse you want to oppress or erase a group of people. Like, no, stop lying. All your problems are not because of the Jews or black people or brown people or feminism or trans people or immigrants or whatever. I'm sorry for the politics 101 lesson here, but I really hope that, if you've seen the movie, you know where I'm going with this and why it's important to say it and why it's important to talk about stuff like this. Going back to the film itself, with someone like James Gunn at the helm, he's actually able to utilize cinematic language and technology available to him to make it feel like a comic book. I've seen a lot of people express the sentiment that visually the film feels artificial and wrong in some way. But in the reality, the film just has this very focused, kinetic, and sleek visual style befitting of the character and the material. With the lensing of the movie in particular, there's this very interesting use of wider focal lengths to capture as much visual information at once and packing every frame with as much visual detail as possible, and so much of the movie being on sticks with static, focused frames, and when the action happens, the use of steady cams and cranes, dollies, for this very deliberate and smooth camera language that really captures the tone of a comic book and a story from a comic book that you could absolutely see yourself reading panel to panel in a comic book. And I believe that that too circles back to one of my main takeaways from the movie tonally, is just its earnestness. This is one of the most earnest films to come out in a long time, and in no better way does that come through than in the way it portrays Superman. Like, David Corenswet is Superman. There's no massive scenes of scrappy, super-powered brawling with wanton destruction. This Superman at one point goes out of his way to make sure that the giant monster that he just hit doesn't stumble into a building full of people while it's stumbling around trying to get its footing. As opposed to, like, you know, Snyder's Superman, who literally, like, let that whole courtroom full of people explode and burn so that he could, like, or a farm or whatever. I'm just gonna interrupt myself here really quickly to drop a take that might be hot, might be lukewarm, might be nothing, I don't know. But I just want to say that I think that all of us collectively should just kind of move on from the past and stop holding on to nostalgia and realize that filmmakers and actors have gotten way better at adapting the source material that they are adapting, especially whenever it comes to comic books. And I just want to say that I think that having watched the Richard Donner Superman movies, having watched Superman Returns, having watched the Snyder movies, Smallville, Superman and whatever, David Corenswet is my favorite, and I think the best actor to play the part ever. And I think that we all need to stop glazing the Nolan movies and Christian Bale and understand that Robert Pattinson is the best actor to have ever played Batman, Bruce Wayne, because I think that they have a very deep understanding of the characters, and they have figured out a way to embody everything that makes those characters who they are in a very unique and interesting way. So, yeah, I think that we should all kind of stop huffing that nostalgia. Anyway, back to the video. And Lois Lane actually, like, does stuff in this movie. She actually gets to exercise her journalistic skills, and she has actual, like, bite to her, the way that Lois Lane should be written. She is kind of written in this very interesting way where it feels like she's taking advantage of her femininity to almost disarm people. Like, she understands that men will look at her and not expect much from her because, well, she's a woman. And that right there, that's my Lois Lane. She takes advantage of any leverage that she can get to the bottom of whatever she's trying to get to the bottom of. She even kind of uses it against Clark in one instance. Not to say that this version of Clark is like a misogynist or anything like that. He's obviously not, but when Lois floats the idea of her interviewing him as Superman, you get the sense that he kind of expects, you know, just like a fun little session of softball questions. But when she starts down an actual investigative line of questioning, he's obviously taken aback by it, evidenced by the fact that he kind of loses his temper at a couple points. And in a lot of ways, this movie is also about journalism's role in making the world a better place as well, which is very important in a world full of manufactured consent and reputation laundering and sycophants and bootlickers who call themselves journalists. It's important to be reminded what actual journalism looks like and what it can do. And let us not forget that that whole interview scene takes up 12 minutes of the movie's runtime, which is a pretty substantial chunk, but it doesn't feel like it bogs the movie down or kills the pacing because you just know, you feel the thematic weight of it. And also, that's saying nothing of David Corenswet and Rachel Brosnahan's performances being so capable of treating the material with gravity whenever the moment calls for it. But then too, you have Corenswet pulling off that classic Christopher Reeve Clark Kent clumsiness, which, you know, fun fact, I don't think this is a coincidence that David Corenswet and Christopher Reeve both studied physical comedy at Juilliard. Nathan Fillion is just a perfect, like, asshole as Guy Gardner. Pitch perfect Guy Gardner. It's perfect, like, asshole as Guy Gardner. Pitch perfect Guy Gardner. Isabella Merced really kind of nails that reserved tough girl persona that you would expect from Kendra Saunders' Hawk Girl. And Mr. Terrific is just a scene stealer. Like, something I've always loved about the character is how he makes being a nerd and a scientist kind of look cool in a way that Mr. Fantastic and Tony Stark don't. Reed Richards is more of like a tortured pragmatist, I guess you could say. And Tony is just a sarcastic, sardonic asshole. But Mr. Terrific just kind of takes pride in what he creates, and he is so calculated in his way of being. Like, it feels like everything he physically does has like a purpose, and he's very reserved with his energy. And he's so nonchalant about it, which makes it even cooler. It's just cool without being a dick or like cracking wise all the time. And also too, Ma and Pa Kent were just so
9,
like
12, 15.
real. And you know, even though I don't have parental feelings or urges, or like, I don't want to be a parent, but that one-on-one that Clark and Jonathan have had me getting a little misty-eyed, because it just felt like the dialogue that Jonathan Kent had in that scene felt so authentically what I perceive parenthood to be about, the platonic ideal of what parenthood is, and what I respect about those who take on the burden of raising someone, raising a human being in a world like the world that we live in. And not only that, but also to just have respect for the person that your child grows up to be, the way that he acts with Clark. It's just really good. It's just really good. And you know, that's kind of what I want this channel to kind of be about, is just being positive. And I seriously couldn't have asked for a better movie, a better comic book movie to talk about this summer than this. It just felt like everyone got exactly what they needed. Like, there's barely any real like fat in the movie that you could trim, and nobody necessarily feels underdeveloped. And man, Nicholas Hoult is just hating harder than anyone's ever hated before. Not to say that he has like good reasons to hate, but you know, also it was funny, my girlfriend just kept saying to me, like, she was like, I just need to think of him as Thomas from Nosferatu to keep myself from getting too mad at the actor Nicholas Hoult. And he's just the perfect representation of that envious, insecure techno oligarch who will bend the truth and stoke the fires of inequality and bigotry to get what he wants. I mean, you see the guy's space exploration program for his company is called Space Lex. Elon Musk is like subnormal IQ, you know, and has only really lucked into success or taken credit for people's work, or forced his way into taking credit for people's work. So, you know, at least Lex is like actually smart, but I digress. And I'm sure you've heard, even if you haven't seen the movie at this point, about how Lex recovers and releases the full message that Jor-El and Lara sent with baby Cal. And it turns out that, you know, in sort of post-crisis origin story fashion, that they intended for Clark to come to Earth and basically lord over humanity, to subjugate humanity. And they say to take as many wives in his harem as he can to continue the Kryptonian race and the L bloodline. And all that Clark ever heard of that message was the first part, where they say that they send him to Earth where he can do the most good. He just never heard the part where they actually explain what they meant by do the most good. And as Jonathan Kent says, how Clark interpreted that first part of that message and his drive to help and care for people no matter what says infinitely more about him as a person than some insane supremacist eugenicist message that he was sent to Earth with. And I know that so many people's first reaction to that information might be some kind of knee-jerk thing about how maybe it muddles the idea of this being an immigrant story, but I don't think so, because I think that really it says a lot more about how genuine good that's at someone's core can always overcome any sort of strange, misguided bigotry or feelings of supremacy. Like it feeds more into the message of hope than anything else, I think. And I think that that really does help the immigrant story, actually, because what other reason would someone have to come to a place where they can make a better life for themselves? Are they coming here to take advantage of everyone? I think that it says a lot more about people who would interpret this as muddying the message of being a pro-immigrant story than the actual content of the story itself. And you know, Lex points to that and says, never mind his actions, this is where he comes from. He's trying to tap into that same essentialism that I was just talking about, that same bigotry and xenophobia. Man, I wonder what I can point to where an immigrant or group of immigrants had some falsehood perpetuated against them for the sake of, you know, just keeping an uninformed and manipulable population in line with the interests of the wealthy and powerful.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the cats.
It's just so refreshing to see a comic book movie, a superhero movie that isn't afraid to take a stance. It's not afraid of alienating people whose beliefs and values might not align with it, especially whenever the movie itself is advocating for things that are just good. Superman is the prototypical superhero. He is kind and he sees the beauty in everyone and everything because that's just what he believes, and he believes in good. And today, being kind and being good is just, it's become a political position. In a world where every day it's becoming more and more acceptable to just be a cynical loser or a hateful bigot, to be a good person, to be progressive and inclusive and generally decent has somehow become a polarizing position to take. And Superman flies in the face of all of that, and he always has. It's just that now we have actual cartoonishly evil people in positions of power on network TV, on Instagram, TikTok, Twitch, or Rumble, or whatever, normalizing and spreading vitriol, the broken worldview of people that heroes like Superman, Batman, Spider-Man, and Daredevil have dedicated themselves to fighting. And the writers and artists who create those stories just fall on the side of decency. And if you want to slap the woke sticker on it or something and say that that is the true evil and that that is an affront to your rights or your values, then, you know, thanks for just letting us know that you're literally the villain in this story. And honestly, too, if you want to be cynical about it and poke holes in the story, the movie, or the character for the sake of poking holes, I don't have any respect for that cynicism that's masquerading as this very hollow, surface level criticism. You end up holding space for the detachment from real world issues and problems that these narratives are trying to shine light on. I keep coming back to the sentiment that the movie has this like clunky and juvenile sort of way of navigating its real world issues. And to that I say, no, it doesn't. The film's inciting incident is Superman intervening in an ostensibly unjustified invasion of a fictional nation called Jaranpur, perpetrated by a neighboring nation, Barabia. Jaranpur is portrayed as a rather poor country, lacking any sort of defensive military capabilities whatsoever, and Baravia is a US-backed, militarily advanced, well-equipped settler colonial project who will use their military capabilities to enact violence upon unarmed civilian population. No, but it's okay because the Baravian government isn't classified as a terrorist organization by the United States. So, it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. The IDF is not... Oh, did I just... And Superman intervenes because innocent people would have been killed purely because they fall on one side of an arbitrary line drawn on a map, and they look and sound different from the people on the other side of that arbitrary line, and they want their land. They arbitrarily have US support and more wealth. I mean, there's nothing more to it. It's ethnic cleansing. Baravia wants to enact a genocide, and even when the third act is gearing up and you see the Baravian military moving on the border, you hear them say these insanely dehumanizing things about these innocent people on the other side of that border. Superman is a figure whose stories have always been allegories for real societal injustices and fears of the time. So, that being said, it's not that hard to see a US-backed, highly militarized, invading colonial project oppressing a much less equipped neighboring state on cultural lines as an allegory for the Israeli persecution and ongoing genocide of the Palestinian population. I'm just engaging with the text. There, I said it. I said it. Who am I kidding? I feel like if you're watching this video, you probably also are not sympathetic to the Israeli government or the IDF. And Lex Luthor's intention of taking half of that land and turning it into this technocratic dictatorship where he can be a king, being in reference to Donald Trump's strange plan that was floated around about turning a demolished and ethnically cleansed Gaza into some weird resort for the rich. And you guys remember that, right? Like the weird shitty AI video that him and Elon Musk put out. AI art is the current aesthetic of fascism. And if you disagree, and if you defend AI art, I will find out where you live. Like, so myopic and lacking in any decency to the point where they don't even think about the immense suffering that is taking place under their nose as they enable this bloodthirsty fascist war cabinet of freaks to continue their genocidal campaign. When I say it's going on under their nose, they know exactly what they're doing. And I think a big part of what this movie is trying to say is that, a lot of the times, even though things like the Israel-Palestine conflict or any sort of deeply rooted bigotry or systemic oppression have a lot of history and moving parts, and there are many people with many fingers and many pies. But, at the end of the day, it really could be as simple as telling everyone, hey, stop lying, stop dehumanizing, stop doing genocide, stop being petty, stop being weird, making the truth known, the truth that we all are human beings and no racial divide or border divide or religious or cultural differences makes it right to oppress or be violent toward another group or individual. And it's that cynical, defeatist, black-pilled attitude, that excuse to stop participating in the goings-on of the world that ultimately enables things like the suffering in Gaza and the West Bank, or the oppression of any racial or ethnic minorities, or the persecution of queer and trans folk. Like, do you ever see Superman or Batman, Spider-Man, or Daredevil, or Captain America, or any other superhero refuse to help someone because they belong to a group that they personally dislike for some stupid loser reason? No, because they don't have any stupid, insecure reasons for disliking someone who belongs to a different race or class strata, or because they have different pronouns from what they were assigned at birth. And when you're presented with something that shows you a better way, if you just loved and cared and participated, and say it's too complicated, or I don't want to think about it, or I don't want to get involved, you're just fence sitting. And those who observe evil and think nothing of it are complicit in the evil. When you give in to that cynicism and that apathy, you end up just holding water for the Lex Luthors of the world. The insecure, money-minded, ego-driven
want to watch it anymore. Philosophical paradox is explained by unsolicited advice. 21 hours ago.
About a week ago, my friend sent me this. It is the philosophical thought experiment iceberg, containing the most mind-boggling thought experiments ever conceived. It was originally posted to the iceberg chart subreddit by user Sweots. My friend asked me to explain it to him, so I thought we could go through this together, with the caveat that this video will, of course, slightly oversimplify basically everything. My name is Joe Folly, and this is Unsolicited Advice. Level 1. On level 1, we have the infinite monkey theorem. I'm sure that many of you have probably heard this. The general idea is to do with things with extremely small probability still happening on a long enough time frame or with a large enough set. So the infinite monkey theorem, as I think it was originally proposed, was this idea that if you left a monkey sat at a typewriter, hitting the keys randomly for an infinite number of time, it would eventually produce Hamlet, the play by Shakespeare. Or some people have proposed versions with the complete works of Shakespeare, or the Bible, or what have you. The idea is that eventually, given an infinite number of time, the monkey will produce every single text ever, and indeed every kind of concatenation of texts, I suppose. So I think this thought experiment is useful for getting it into someone's head when they're learning probability theory that with large enough sets of events, effectively, or long enough time frames, or however you want to put it, very unlikely events start to happen. Another good illustrative, more everyday example of this is that it's very unlikely for any individual person to win the lottery. But it's very likely that someone out of a lottery distribution system will win the lottery. Indeed, if it's a raffle system, then someone will win that raffle, even though it's unlikely for each individual person to do that. And I think that the infinite monkey on a typewriter thing is quite a useful analogy for that, just because obviously a monkey typing out Hamlet is so incredibly unlikely that this is a good illustrative example. I've sometimes seen this used to illustrate the idea that, okay, it seems like the universe is fine-tuned, but if you posited a kind of infinite string of universes, then a universe like ours would eventually come along, and that's a counter to the fine-tuning argument for God. I don't think it's a very good counter, but that is one place where I've seen the infinite monkey theorem used in a philosophically substantive context. But anyway, let's move on. On a similar note, next we have The Library of Babel. This is a short story by Jorge Luis Borges, who's an Argentinian author who's absolutely fantastic, by the way. Everyone should go check him out and check out this story in particular, because it really is brilliant. It was recommended to me by Brandon from the atheist philosophy channel Mindshift. I really enjoyed it. It was a great recommendation, so thank you so much. The setting for this story is a seemingly endless library where there are just almost innumerable 410-page books of randomly generated letters. So, you know, you'll have one that will contain your life story, and you'll have another one that will contain Hamlet, and you'll have another one that will contain, well, a bit of the Brothers Karamazov. They won't be able to fit the whole thing in. But the point is that most of these books are going to be absolute nonsense, right? Because if you just randomly jumble up a bunch of letters, most of the time you're going to end up with nonsense. In some sense, you could use this to play with the concept of infinity, right? But actually, the interesting thing about the Library of Babel is there are going to be a finite number of unique books, right? Because there are only a finite number of ways that you can rearrange all of the letters of the alphabet into 410 pages. So, interestingly, although this is often seen as an infinite idea, it's not an infinite idea. There are only a finite number of ways that each book can be. And I think that's very interesting, because for me, the most fascinating part of the story isn't necessarily the books themselves or the concept of infinity, even though those are very good. Borges meat comes up a lot in his work. For me, it's how people react to the randomness of the library, right? Because it has no pre-existing structure. All of these books seem to be randomly scattered about the place. So you have kind of different cults and sects emerge that are each trying to extract some kind of meaning out of the random distribution of books with these almost, you know, the majority of these books are totally insensible, and how people react to that. I don't know if this is how Borges intended it, because I don't know enough about Borges. But this strikes me as one of the greatest absurdist short stories of all time. Because if you were to read this through a kind of absurdist lens, then The people in the library trying to make sense out of these randomly generated books are very similar to us, right? For an absurdist, we are living in an insensible universe, a universe that will never bring us the satisfaction and meaning that we desire. So any meaning that we read into the universe is just us reading it in, and we are just as absurd is probably the best word here, as these people in the Library of Babel in this Borges story attempting to puzzle out meaning out of the randomness of these books. And there's also another question, I suppose, which is, are the books properly stories, if that makes sense? You know, there's no intention behind them. They've all been randomly generated. Is it possible for randomness to give birth to meaning? From one perspective, you could say that, okay, the books are randomly generated, but because they fit into a language, you know, even if but just by chance, that means that they do contain meaning because they contain something that a human can understand and draw meaning from. So lots to think about. Very good story. Everyone should read it. And I could talk about it all day. Maybe I'll make a video on it at some point, but we should move on. Otherwise, this video is going to be several hours long. But before we move on, making head or tails of these thought experiments often requires critical thinking and logic skills, as well as some knowledge of physics, which is why I recommend you check out today's kind sponsor, Brilliant. We all know that studying subjects like maths or science or programming can be pretty difficult. These can get very abstract fast, which often present unique challenges for many students. But this is where Brilliant comes into play. They have courses on a huge variety of topics, from probability theory to programming with functions to learning the ins and outs of large language models or even classical mechanics. Each one is crafted by award-winning research teams. Plus, Brilliant's learning is all structured around completing activities so that you can learn by doing, which both improve...
Okay, so anomaly stuff will never use 10% attack percent. Supports. Same about support, same about damage dealers. Though I suppose for some supports, well, maybe at some point for someone. It's not good though. It's not good.
Improves retention and just keeps things interesting. It can also rescue you from social media doom scrolling.
Yes, because when it comes to, well, attack scan support, what I'm just gonna do is here.
Got a new ghost story to share?
Do you want me to fight?
Equipment.
Or cook?
Here. Attack percent, and return. I don't expect him to deal damage, so I just give him whatever. Maybe I can get enough attack percent substats. Squad members enters the field using a quick assist. All squad members gain 1 stack of fast roll. Crit damage, crit rate. Very cool.
since with their app, you can complete lessons and exercises on the go wherever you are. Okay, next up we have the trolley problem, and I'm sure that this one doesn't require much explaining. I'm sure that many of you have heard of this before, but for those of you who haven't, it's a scenario where you are standing by two train tracks with a lever, and the lever can switch between the train tracks. Now, on one track, there is one person tied to the train tracks, and on the other, there are five people tied to the train tracks. And the trolley, or train, or tram, or whatever transportational device you fancy, is heading towards the five people. So if you don't do anything, then it will kill five people, and you will have let five people die. But if you pull the lever, it will switch tracks, and it will hit the one person, but that's one person whose death you have directly caused. So the question is, do you pull the lever? And this isn't the original formulation, but it's now the most popular one, the one with the lever. People tend to think that pulling the lever is the right thing to do, you know, killing the one to save the five. But then when you switch up the scenarios, people's intuitions tend to change. The very famous variation is one where you're shoving a kind of portly person, let's say, in front of the train that will slow it down. And that's still killing one person to save five, because you're stopping the train from hitting the five people. But it's much more visceral. It involves your own body. It's not as impersonal. And so people's intuitions tend to shift. And the question for moral psychologists and ethicists is, why is that? Right, next up we have Hilbert's paradox of the Grand Hotel, and this is a very long and complex thought experiment, but I'm just going to give you the gist. So imagine a hotel, and it has an infinite number of rooms and is also fully occupied. So it's got an infinite number of rooms and an infinite number of guests. Can this hotel accommodate another guest? Intuitively, you want to say no, the hotel is full. If you had a finite number of rooms, if you had 40 rooms and 40 guests, then another guest shows up, you've kind of got to say, tough luck, the hotel's full. There is no room at the inn. We might have a stable out back, depending on if you're the son of God. What Hilbert is saying is that this property breaks down. This intuitive thing that happens when a hotel is full breaks down at the infinite level. So imagine that you've got a hotel with the rooms corresponding to the entire natural number line. So 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up to approaching infinity, even though there won't be a room with the infinity symbol on it. I'm going to call it n just for ease of use. That's what that means. So you've got a hotel of size n with number of guests n. If another person shows up, what do you do? Well, one way of thinking about what you might do is that you take each person who's at room k, and you move them to room k plus 1. So everyone in room 1 goes to room 2, everyone in room 2 goes to room 3, etc., etc., etc. And then this frees up room 1. You can put the new guest in room 1. And this kind of illustrates a really counterintuitive property of infinite sets, which is that size becomes very, very detached from our intuitions when we use finite numbers and stuff like that. So a good example to illustrate this is the set of even numbers, so 2, 4, 6, 8, all the way up to infinity, is the same size as the whole natural number set. So 2, 4, 6, 8, and on, is the same size as 1, 2, 3, 4, and on. The reason this is because if you have infinite sets and you're trying to compare their sizes, you can't just count, because you'll be counting forever. That's a non-starter. So what do? Well, if we were trying to generalize the notion of counting. This is what mathematicians do. They love to generalize things. If you want to generalize the procedure of counting, you're effectively mapping something to a set of numbers. So if I count 5 things, I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, I'm setting up a function that maps each of those objects onto the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So size with infinite sets, and indeed with any set, so let's just stick with infinite for now. 2 infinite sets are the same size if you can set up a one-to-one function between the two of them. It's known as a bijective function. We'll just say one-to-one. So in the case of all of the even numbers and all of the natural numbers, you do have one of those functions. So if you multiply any natural number by 2, you'll get an even number. That's kind of what it means to be even. It means divisible by 2. And by the same token, if you take any even number and divide it by 2, you will get a natural number, whether that natural number is even or odd, right? So if I have 1, I times it by 2, I get 2. If I have 2, I divide it by 2 and I get 1. If I have 3, I times it by 2, I get 6. You can see where I'm going with this. This is a one-to-one function. So I can set up a one-to-one function between all of the natural numbers from 1 to infinity to all of the even numbers 2 to infinity, and vice versa. That's what it means for it to be a one-to-one function. This means that despite the fact that it seems like the even numbers would be half the size of all of the numbers. I mean, after all, they are a subset, a proper subset of all of the numbers, natural numbers. These two sets are in fact the same size, and that's fascinating and brilliant. And again, it's just one of those weird properties that you get when you're playing with Infinity. Infinity is going to come up an awful lot in these thought experiments because it's just a shortcut almost to coming up with mind-boggling situations that make your head hurt, of which this is just one. I could go on about the Hilbert Hotel thing. There's a brilliant mathematical proof method that was invented, or at least popularized, by a guy called Cantor, called diagonalization, which proves that there are situations where the hotel can't accommodate more guests. And it's all terribly exciting if you like set theory. Let's move on to the next one. Next up, we have the prisoner's dilemma. Again, I'm sure some of you will have heard of this, but to recap, or to give a brief introduction. Imagine that you and your accomplice are part of a criminal gang, and you're hauled into the police station by a police officer, and you're put in separate cells. So you're now isolated with this one police officer. Now, he gives you a deal. If you dob in, is that an expression outside the UK? I'm going to use it. Dob in your accomplice for this crime, you will be let free, and they'll get sent to prison for 3 years. If they dob you in and you don't dob them in, then you'll get the 3 years and they'll go free. If you both choose to dob one another in, then you'll both go to prison for 2 years, and if neither of you choose to dob the other in, then you will both go to prison for 1 year because they can bring up some lesser charges or something like that. So you've got a decision matrix that looks roughly like this. If you both choose dob in, you both go to prison for 2 years. If you both choose not to dob in, then you both go to prison for 1 year. And if you choose to dob them in and they don't choose to dob you in, then you go free, they go to prison for 3 years. And if they dob you in and you don't dob them in, then you will go to prison for 3 years and they will go free. And you can't consult with them on this, and you know that they're being given the same deal. So, interestingly, it always makes sense to dob the other person in this scenario, because think about it like this. If you choose to dob them in and they choose to dob you in, then you both go to prison for 2 years, which isn't ideal. But from a self-interested standpoint, that's better than if you choose not to dob them in and then they choose to dob you in, because you're going to prison for 3 years, right? Effectively, whatever they do, whether they choose to dob you in or choose not to dob you in, your most rational choice is to dob them in. In order for it to be rational for neither of you to dob the other one in, you would need some kind of non-egoistic factor at play. It gets more interesting when you iterate the game, right? So if you are told that not only are you going to have this prisoner's dilemma, but you're going to have, 100 more prisoner's dilemmas, then there's a much bigger incentive to not dob your accomplice in, because if you choose to dob them in this time, then they'll choose to dob you in next time, and over the long term, it's better for you all to go to prison for 1 year in each subsequent case than for you to go to prison for 2 years in each subsequent case. The reason this is important for the iterated version of the prisoner's dilemma is that this is often how social cooperation works, right? So imagine that you and me and 5 other people are taking part in some kind of infrastructure project that's going to benefit all of us. So we're all building a boat that we're all eventually going to use. In this case, in a non-iterated game, the most rational thing for you to do is going to be to try and minimize the effort you put in, right? Because you'll get to use the boat anyway, and this way you won't incur the cost of exerting yourself in building it. That's all well and good. But of course, in communities, more generally, we have to deal with one another after. So the community will tend to develop some kind of slacker punishing method in order to combat this slacker tendency. And they can only do that if you're going to encounter one another again. And I think this does work out empirically. If you put people in a prisoner's dilemma-like session for one go, they will tend to choose the nefarious option. They'll tend to dob their accomplice in. But if you put them in successive prisoner dilemma-style situations, normally involving small amounts of money, they will eventually learn to cooperate, because they will discover that cooperation over the long term is better than competition in the long term. And that's kind of interesting. It's one way that people have theorized that cooperative behavior can emerge from a set of purely self-interested individuals. So the iterative prisoner's dilemma, for me, is the most interesting version. But anyway, down to level 2. Level 2. Now, as we enter level 2 and the subsequent levels, I'm going to be looking at my notes a bit more, because they get increasingly elaborate. This first one is very much like that. This is the Ross-Littlewood paradox, which is absolutely fascinating. This also plays on the unintuitive properties of infinity. So, imagine this. You've got an empty vase, and you've got a machine whose job it is to put balls in the vase and take balls out of the vase. Now, every time it commits this action, this one prescribed action, it puts 10 balls in the vase, and it takes 1 ball out of the vase. So each time it's adding 9 balls, intuitively. Now, let's imagine that this machine is going to do that task an infinite number of times in a finite space of time. So we can use a kind of Xeno-style setup for this. You can imagine that between 2 points of time, it does the first step halfway, and then the second step a quarter way, and then, you know Xeno's paradoxes. The paradoxical question is, how many balls are left once the machine has finished this infinite number of operations? Now, the most intuitive answer, and the one that you want to gravitate towards, is that there'll be an infinite number of balls in the vase because you have been adding 9 each time. But looking at it differently, you could also argue that the vase is empty. So one way of thinking about this is to use that property of bijection or one-to-one mapping that we were talking about earlier when we were discussing sizes of infinity. See, I was kind of bearing the lead a bit here because I knew I would need it to explain the Ross-Littlewood paradox. There we showed that n over 2 was the same size as n, the natural numbers. But using very similar types of functions, you can show that the natural number line is the same size as 10 times the natural number line because you can set up a bijective function there as well. So from that perspective, the same number of balls have gone in as have come out. In which case, surely the vase is empty, right? So this is another example of how when you try to conceptualize infinity using like everyday objects, just nothing makes sense anymore. Another way that mathematicians have argued that the vase is empty is that you've got balls 1 through 10 being put in the vase and ball 1's being taken out of the vase. Well, the next round ball 2 will be taken out of the vase, and then the next round ball 3 will be taken out of the vase. So any ball that goes in the vase is eventually going to be taken out of the vase, which also suggests that the vase is going to be empty. Now, my personal intuition on this is that I just think that this is an example of why infinitely long tasks don't exist or possibly can't exist. I mean, this is probably one of the modern thought experiments that reminds me of Aristotle's old proofs that an actual infinity can't exist. So I know this one definitely does make my head hurt. But yes, that's the key question. Given that the machine has an infinite number of steps and it's putting in 10 balls with each step and taking away 1 ball at each step, how many balls are left at the end of the infinite number of steps? I have no idea. I suspect that the question might be underspecified, but let me know what you think. Next, we have the China brain experiment, which is an experiment in, or thought experiment, I should say, in the philosophy of mind. So, a little bit of background. One of the most popular positions in the philosophy of mind is called functionalism. And this argues that mental states are functional states, effectively. So, consciousness, or any other mental state, arises because of the different functions that neurons in our brain are undergoing. So it's kind of, it makes consciousness a sort of structural and functional property as opposed to being tied to particular brain matter or something like that. It's one of the strong arguments for functionalism is it seems like we don't want to rule out a priori that there might be such a thing as a silicon mind or an alien mind or anything like that. And this is one of the ways that philosophers of mind have tried to conceptualize how these non-grey matter minds might come about. And one thought experiment that has been posed, sometimes as a challenge and sometimes just as an illustration of this, is called the China brain experiment. So this was first proposed, well actually no, it wasn't first proposed by Ned Block, but that was where I first heard of it, and that is its most famous formulation. And he says, okay, take an incredibly populous country. So he chooses China, but in actual fact, to mirror the neural workings of a brain, you need far, far more people than that. So let's take an imaginary country that's just as populous as there are neurons in your average human brain. So if you gave every single person in that country a kind of little communications device such that they could relay signals to one another, and each of them chose to relay signals in exactly the same way that a human brain does, would that give rise to a mind? Would this mean that there was this populous country that now was a conscious thing that could think and have mental states in just the same way that we can? The functionalist has to say yes. And indeed, I think Daniel Dennett just does say yes. He's just like, yeah, man, like, if that happens, then that will give rise to a mind. doubt that it will. I love this thought experiment. I think it's absolutely fascinating, partly because it raises the question of if there can be minds within minds. So it connects with something else that I find really fascinating in the philosophy of mind, which are split brain experiments. So I'm sure that many of you have heard of this. Basically, in the left and right hemispheres of the brain, to simplify things somewhat, there's a little communication center called the corpus callosum. And if you cut the corpus callosum, you sever those connections, you will end up with someone who has a kind of split brain. So their hand will do things without their conscious mind noticing. And it seems like one of the best ways to describe this person is that they have two distinct minds that are sort of inhabiting the same body. It's actually kind of a terrifying thought. Like, imagine if you were the mind that couldn't communicate. God, that sounds awful. Anyway, one way that philosophers have interpreted this, and indeed scientists have thought about this, is that effectively you might say that there are already two of you. They're just communicating very efficiently and thus giving rise to one mind. That is, there are two minds that are one mind in virtue of their structure. And it seems like the kind of initial implausibility of the China brain thought experiment, or the incredibly populous country brain thought experiment, is kind of shaken by this. It does seem like, even though it's unintuitive that this could give rise to a mind, there's not anything that a priori makes it totally implausible that there could be minds nested within other minds. And we kind of talk like this a little bit when it comes to kind of insects, right? I don't know if I would call an ant like, I don't know if I'd say it's a complex mind, but it feels like it has some kind of mind-ish state, even if it's of a very, very much lesser complexity than a human mental state, or even a dog's mental state. But when ants are coordinating together, we talk about hive minds. And, you know, you can argue that that's just metaphorical, but for the functionalist, it doesn't seem like it is. It seems like the hive mind as proper metaphysical mind is something that they might be committed to. I love this. I really like functionalism, and like, I'm totally prepared to bite the bullet on this one. I actually think that it would be so cool if you could have populous minds. I think that's brilliant. I love it. And yeah, sure, it's unintuitive, but it's cool enough that I don't mind it being unintuitive. That's probably not a very good philosophical defense, but it is a good psychological explanation as to why I am willing to just go with the China brain, or the populous brain experiment. Next up, we have Buridan's act. This thought experiment, or paradox, or whatever you want to call it, has been used in a number of different ways, so I'm just going to give the way that I've seen it used most. I've mostly seen it as a way to satirize the strength of purely rational decision-making. Buridan's act is a thought experiment whereby you imagine a donkey sat equidistant between a bale of hay and some water, and it's equally thirsty and equally hungry. And the idea is that it can't decide between whether it's going to go for the hay or go for the water, and so it just dies. I think that the immediate response to that is, of course, that you can survive a lot longer without food and without water. So a better reconstruction, I suppose, of this might be that it's between two bales of hay, and it's very, very hungry, but it doesn't prefer one bale of hay to the other. This has been used in a number of different ways, but I think that, for me, it really hammers home that sometimes it's just better to make a decision rather than sit there analyzing every single aspect to ensure that you are making the best decision possible. Sometimes no decision is absolutely the worst option. I talked about this a little bit in my video on self-awareness, and I do want to talk about it in more detail with the idea of overthinking. One of the things that people quite often comment under my videos, which is totally fair actually, is that I have a tendency to overthink things, which I absolutely do. And I do think that because philosophers tend to be fond of thinking, we do often have a bit of a blind spot when it comes to the idea of overthinking something and whether that could potentially be quite a bad or undesirable thing. So Buridan's ass is one way to illustrate this idea. Sometimes it is better to have made a decision than to make no decision in search of the perfect one. Though, of course, it has been used in many other ways. This is just one usage, but I do think that it's my favorite. Okay, next we have one of my favorites. This is Kafka's toxin puzzle. I'm going to just tell this one as a bit of a story. So, imagine that I am an eccentric billionaire. Wouldn't that be nice? And I came to you and I said, right, I'm going to give you 10 million pounds, or dollars, or wherever you happen to be. I'm going to say pounds. 10 million pounds if you drink this poison that will make you kind of really violently ill. It'll give you E. coli or something like that. And you might say yes or no to that, but then I reconsider. I say, no, hang on a sec. This is very cruel. I will give you £10 million if you can intend at midnight tonight that you're going to drink this poison tomorrow. So you don't have to drink the poison. You just have to intend to drink it at midnight. And I have some kind of magic brain scanner thing that will check that you really do intend to do it. And if you do intend to do it, then I will give you the £10 million. The question here is this possible? Is it possible for you to intend to drink the poison and then not drink the poison? You know, we think about intention normally as a mental state which kind of makes a promise that you're going to do an action at a certain time. And it seems like you knowing that you don't actually have to drink the poison, you just have to intend to drink the poison, is going to interfere with your ability to intend to drink it, right? You're not going to be able to make that promise because you know, A, that you don't want to do it, and B, that you're not going to follow through with it, right? You don't have to. So, I don't know, this one actually hurts my head, which is why it's one of my... Okay, next we have one of my favorites. This is Kafka's Toxin Puzzle. I'm going to just tell this one as a bit of a story. So, imagine that I am an eccentric billionaire. Wouldn't that be nice? And I came to you and I said, right, I'm going to give you £10 million, or dollars, or wherever you happen to be. I'm going to say pounds. £10 million if you drink this poison that will make you kind of really violently ill. It'll give you E. coli or something like that. And you might say yes or no to that, but then I reconsider. I say, no, hang on a sec. This is very cruel. I will give you £10 million if you can intend at midnight tonight that you're going to drink this poison tomorrow. So you don't have to drink the poison. You just have to intend to drink it at midnight. And I have some kind of magic brain scanner thing that will check that you really do intend to do it. And if you do intend to do it, then I will give you the £10 million. The question here is this possible? Is it possible for you to intend to drink the poison and then not drink the poison? You know, we think about intention normally as a mental state which kind of makes a promise that you're going to do an action to...
Okay, so...
A new case to solve?
Yeah, considering he says that... Oh, it's bullshit. So bullshit.
Today's reading is Be a Hero.
67%.
Fufu's here. Ooh, we really harmonize. Ooh, we really harmonize.
I'll protect you from any danger.
You. Instead, maybe even you're better. $27, $28, $133. Jeez. Ten. How have been rocking?
certain time. And it seems like you knowing that you don't actually have to drink the poison, you just have to intend to drink the poison, is going to interfere with your ability to intend to drink it, right? You're not going to be able to make that promise because you know, A, that you don't want to do it, and B, that you're not going to follow through with it, right? You don't have to. So I know this one actually hurts my head, which is why it's one of my favorites, because do you just, if you want the
So
£10 million, do you just like put up and shut up and you just say, right, I'm just going to go through with it. I'm just going to intend to, and then I'm going to do it. But then you think, okay, but is that possible? Because the minute that midnight passes and you have intended to do it, you don't have to follow through with it. But then, if you know that, does that interfere with your ability to intend to do it? It's absolutely fascinating. And oh my God, I'm giving myself a headache just thinking about it. But this is like, this is so cool, man. Thought experiments are the absolute best. It just makes your head hurt. But do let me know what you think. Do you think that it's possible to intend to do this, knowing that you don't have to follow through with it, and knowing that the £10 million will already be in your bank account if you have intended to do it by the time it actually comes to doing it? Can you coherently think, I'm going to intend to do this, and then knowing that you won't have to follow through with it if you've successfully intended it? Or in order to successfully intend it, do you have to intend to do it whether or not you get the $10 million or £10 million? You just have to intend to do it no matter what. Oh, man, I don't know. This one boggles my mind, but it is fantastic. Right, you've probably heard of our next thought experiment, which is Schrodinger's cat. So I'm kind of surprised this one wasn't at the first level.
I'll protect you from any danger.
Okay, well, sure. Take a second.
Effectively, I'm sure you've heard this, a cat is locked in a box with a poison that will go off or burst when a random subatomic event happens, normally some kind of nuclear decay. The idea here is that under a kind of Copenhagen-style interpretation of quantum mechanics, as applied to macro objects, in this case the cat is considered both dead and alive until you open the box to check whether it is dead or alive. And I think this was originally intended by Schrödinger to be a kind of critique of that interpretation. I think that at the very least it shows how wacky quantum mechanics would get if you applied it to macro objects, so it's kind of lucky that it doesn't apply. But you know, it does kind of generally illustrate this idea of a wave function collapsing, so I'm not surprised that it has ended up in the kind of interpretation of quantum mechanics pedagogy. I mean, I didn't really understand quantum mechanics myself. The maths is just absolutely mind-blowing, but I can see why this has become a kind of teaching aid, even if it was originally intended as satire. I don't understand quantum physics nearly well enough to say any more about this without majorly cocking it up, so I'm going to move on. Next up we have Fermi's paradox, or I've sometimes heard it called the Fermi paradox, or the Fermi paradox. The basic intuition behind this is, if the universe is so big, why haven't we encountered aliens, man? Like, there seem to be planets on which aliens could form. The universe is so massive, there are so many planets and so many star systems and so many galaxies that it seems incredibly implausible that we are the only ones about. So where are they? Why haven't they made contact? And that's kind of the general thought behind it. I think when Fermi originally proposed it, he just said, "Where is everybody?" Which is just a wonderfully succinct way of putting it. I like the Fermi paradox because I think that every answer is kind of disturbing. So one answer is just that, yeah, life is incredibly unlikely, and we possibly are alone in the universe. And I don't know, that frightens me more than the existence of aliens. You know, that frightens me far more than the prospect that aliens could come on the horizon tomorrow and enslave us all. Just like, we're just alone. It's just nothing but unconscious darkness outside of our tiny little thin shell of an atmosphere. I don't know, that actually makes me feel kind of ill. But there are other explanations. So one is that aliens just don't want to make contact. Another is that they're hiding, which is kind of fun. It's almost like sweet. Another quite existentially horrible one is the idea that any civilization that gets advanced enough to have faster than light travel or something like that, or incredibly advanced intergalactic capabilities, would just destroy itself before it ever got there. Like, eventually, I don't know, mimetic rivalry inherent in consciousness, like beyond even humanity, just in consciousness itself, would cause them to wipe one another out, which is kind of a horrible thought. It kind of implies that it is just like a necessary feature of conscious life that will just destroy one another or have conflicting tendencies. It kind of turns what I think most people see as a sort of slightly unfortunate aspect of quote-unquote human nature into like a kind of synthetic a priori thing that every conscious being has to have. And that's horrible. I don't know if I like that. But, you know, I think solutions to the Fermi paradox are kind of like awful all the way down. Probably the most optimistic one is just that faster than light travel or intergalactic travel just is impossible. Like, there just is no scenario where it could be achieved. All of the ideas about wormholes or information possibly traveling faster than the speed of light, maybe, we don't know, will just never come to fruition. And we just, as a result, there are aliens, there's other life forms, so there's not the same kind of existential dread of us being alone in the universe. But at the same time, they're not going to say hello because they just can't get here, because no one can. I think how disturbing you find this particular thought experiment will heavily depend on how invested you are in the existence or non-existence of aliens. I'm weirdly quite emotionally invested. I hope that there are aliens. So this one kind of, I don't know, it chills me out a little bit, especially when I think of just humanity being alone in the universe. But, you know, your mileage may vary. Right, next we have a classic thought experiment from philosophy. It is the ship of Theseus. Again, I'm sure that some of you may have heard about this before. It's fundamentally a question of identity. So, we've got Theseus, and he's got a ship. And over time, Theseus repairs the ship. You know, he takes one plank out and replaces it with another one. He might replace the mast, he replaces the sails. Eventually, he seems to have replaced everything. So there's kind of a new ship of Theseus. And the question is, at what point did this new ship of Theseus emerge? So one way to illustrate this is to say that, okay, Theseus has got this ship, and then he takes all of the old parts that he'd replaced with other parts, and he assembles them back in to another ship of Theseus. And he's got two ships in front of him. Which one is the original ship? I think people tend to think about this kind of question of identity as somewhat trivial when it's applied to ships, but it could just as easily apply to people. You share almost nothing with who you were as a toddler, and you certainly share basically nothing with who you were as a Theseus. So, you know, you have very different memories. You've got a very different personality from when you were a toddler. I hope. I mean, I think we all do. And so, to what extent does it make sense to say that you are the same person? You kind of inhabited a sort of continuously overlapping physical form. But if I was to just, you know, take you now and take toddler you would be so fundamentally different people. It would be very strange to talk about you as the same person. And again, this can seem like a kind of idle exercise until you think about things like moral responsibility. Say I commit a crime now, I go out and rob a shop. In 35 years' time, I'm caught. I would go to prison, especially in the UK, so there's no statute of limitations on that. Given that that's the case, does it seem right?
Don't get careless.
Because 35 years on, I'm an entirely different person from who I am now. Chances are I'm unlikely to rob shops again. But also, it just seems like you're taking someone who didn't do the crime and punishing them. And that's fascinating, partly because it kind of chimes relatively well with some of the stuff that we say in our everyday lives. When we're like asking for forgiveness or something like that. I'll give you an example. So I was picked on when I was at primary school. I know, that's really hard to believe. And somebody that picked on me at primary school came up to me like a few years ago. He's, you know, apologized, which was really sweet. And they sort of said, I'm a different person. And I was like, yeah, of course you are, right? You're like 20 now and you were like 8 when you were bullying me. So really, on the whole, it doesn't seem... Yeah, that seems like an obvious statement. And it was very hard to sort of be mad at them, right? Because they're an entirely different... I mean, I kind of moved on, you know. It had been 12 years. But also, it seemed very strange to hold them in the present accountable or responsible for actions that seem like they're intuitively done by somebody who is not in any way equivalent to them. There have been so many changes that they've gone through that it seems like they are an entirely different person. Their statement, I'm a different person now, seems intuitively correct. So what do we do? You know, it's all well and good. You know, I can say that made it far easier to say, oh yeah, like, don't worry about it, man. But what do we do in cases of crime? It's an open question. Genuinely, it's an open question. Do we have a strong enough idea of identity that we can say that they were the same person, say they committed a crime at 20 and they're getting caught for it at 60? Can we say that they are the same person? Or are we just imprisoning somebody who didn't commit the crime because they're now so different that it doesn't make sense to talk about them as the same person? I don't know. I think that my favorite solution to this is probably Derek Parfit's. Derek Parfit just kind of bites the bullet and says, who you are is kind of a continuous thing. You're not equivalent to you 20 years ago. At the same time, you're not fully equivalent to you a second ago. We think about personal identity as this kind of stripped on or off thing. You know, I am either equal to me 10 minutes ago or I'm not. And Parfit says, yeah, okay, in a sense you're not equal to them, but you're so similar that it makes sense to treat you as equivalent to them. But give it 10 years, that assumption might not hold anymore. You can tell that Parfit's almost certainly been influenced by some kind of Buddhist thought here. And I don't know, that seems to me to be the most convincing answer. My moral intuitions, I suppose, are that, yeah, I mean, when confronted with this dilemma in quite a minor form in my own life, I found that I didn't hold the person responsible because I held that they were, in a real substantive sense, a different person. But I suspect that I might be kind of idiosyncratic there. Certainly, you know, I'd probably be much angrier about it if it was a much more significant harm that had been inflicted on me. So I don't know. Again, this is one where I'm very interested in hearing what you have to say about it. So please do leave a comment. Right, next up we have Newcomb's Paradox. Now, I'm going to read basically directly from my notes here because it's quite a difficult one to keep track of, and I will royally cock it up if I try and do it off the top of my head. Here is the thought experiment. You have 2 boxes in front of you, and a super intelligent AI has control over what's going to be in those boxes. The first box is transparent, and it always contains £1,000. The second box is not transparent, you can't see through it, and you know that it's either empty or contains £1 million. You are presented with a choice. Do you take both boxes, or do you just take the opaque one, the one that isn't transparent? Here's the catch. The superintelligent AI can near perfectly predict your every move, and it will have only placed the £1 million in the opaque box if it predicted that you would choose to only take the opaque box. So, the paradox here is that it basically seems like there are 2 rational considerations pulling you in very different directions. On the one hand, it seems like it's rational to take both boxes because the contents of the boxes are already there at the time you're making the decision, and they're not going to change an app, right? So if you choose to take both boxes...
Well, I'm just gonna say, Clunker doesn't know what he's talking about. Meaning that I'll take only the see-through box. Because fuck you. Конечно же, они все мягкие, поэтому их нужно было в холодильник положить. А то я их попробовал все, но они...
Да они вообще не...
de chocolate. No, it's fucking weird. But after yesterday, in which I walked around the street,
then you'll get the contents of the opaque box as well as the transparent one, and the contents of those boxes are always going to be strictly larger than just taking the opaque one. So it just seems like a no-brainer, right? Choosing the opaque box and the transparent box always gives you more. But on the other hand, this hypothetical super intelligent AI will have only put the £1 million in the opaque box if it thinks that you'll only pick the opaque box. But then if that's the logic on which you're basing your decision, then you're sort of implying a kind of backwards causation, right? You are saying that your decision now to only take the opaque box is causing the AI in the past to only place the £1 million in that opaque box. Which kind of seems weird, right? It seems like future events can't cause past events. But on the other hand, that does kind of seem like it's implying backward causation, because if you didn't think that, you would just take 2 boxes, because once you're there, the contents of both boxes are always going to be strictly larger than the contents of just the opaque box. So yeah, there are 2 rationally compelling reasons to choose just the opaque box or choose the transparent and the opaque box, pulling you in 2 different directions here. One of my friends is currently working on this at the moment, and he occasionally talks to me about this, and it always makes my head hurt. I love it. He's just one of those people that's kind of irritatingly clever. He came top of his year at Cambridge and is also like a FIDE chess master. He's really cool though, really nice guy. But anyway, that's kind of the long and short of Newcomb's paradox. Most philosophers, no, not most, it's like a plurality. I looked it up earlier, it was like 39%. It's like a slim plurality of philosophers choose to take both boxes. But there is a significant number of people that choose to take just the opaque box. I'm so team opaque box. I don't quite know why. Maybe I do just affirm backwards causation. But for me, when I'm kind of running this through in my naive thought process that hasn't been sort of trained by years and years of considering Newcomb's paradox, what I tend to think is that, okay, this super intelligent AI can run a simulation of my decision-making process, and if that simulation is accurate, then it's going to predict whatever I decide. So then the only way to get it to predict that I will choose the opaque box is actually committing to only choosing the opaque box now and following through with it. It's a little bit similar to Kafka's paradox, you know, that one that we were talking about earlier. and it trades on a similar tension. At the time of making the decision, it seems like the rational option, once the opaque and transparent box's contents are fixed, then the rational option seems like it's going to be to take both of them. But since there's this kind of super intelligent thing predicting what you're going to do, it seems like then there's a consideration about picking something that seems like it's irrational. In this case, actually picking just the opaque box or following through and choosing to drink the poison. But because the whole outcome of the situation hinges on a super intelligent being predicting what you're going to do, it seems like it's almost, you've got a rational reason to pick something that seems like it's irrational, and it's just mind-boggling. But anyway, I just wanted to point out that similarity between Newcomb's paradox and Kafka's paradox. They both rely on you, in the past, choosing to do something that seems like it's going to be irrational when it comes to the actual time to make the decision. But nonetheless, because there is a separate third party running a completely accurate simulation of your decision-making process, that you're going to have to rationally pre-commit to doing an irrational thing in the moment. God, my head hurts. But yeah, Newcomb's paradox is brilliant, and some of the literature on it is very interesting, but it is mind-boggling. I highly recommend looking it up and having arguments with your friends about it, because it does seem like intuitions genuinely are split on what to do. And what's fascinating is that people tend to think that their intuition is, like, unquestionably correct. Like, when I first came across this paradox, I was like, yeah, I'm Team Opaque Box. And, like, I didn't see why anyone wouldn't be Team Opaque Box until somebody explained to me. That, of course, there is, in the present, a very good rational reason for taking both boxes. Right, down to level 3. Level 3. Our first level 3 thought experiment is the brain in a vat thought experiment. I think this is almost always misunderstood, really. It was put forward by Hilary Putnam, who was a 20th century analytic philosopher and also just a really cool thinker. Hilary Putnam's fantastic. I read one of his books when I was like 18, called Representation and Reality, and it was fantastic. It was one of the things that like really cemented that I was going to apply for philosophy at uni. Sorry, I must have been 17 then. Anyway, I read it when I was a teenager. It was fantastic. I didn't understand any of it. I would highly recommend it too. The brain in a vat thought experiment is almost always presented as if it's like equivalent to the simulation hypothesis, right? The idea is that, oh, we could all be brains in vats, simulating the outside world, and we'd never realize it. But Hilary Putnam is actually putting this forward as an anti-skeptical argument. He's saying that it actually doesn't make sense to say that you're a brain in a vat. And he has quite a technical version of this argument, so I'm going to like strip it of all technicality and give a kind of slightly bastardized variant on it that I think is much easier to understand. Imagine that you are a brain in a vat in some sense. So your entire reality is simulated. Well then, your words, things like brain and vat, and even the word true, right? These all only have definitions inside the simulation, because you've never stepped outside of the simulation to have any other words, right? All of your words could only refer to things inside the simulation. As a result, when you say, I am a brain in a vat, that statement has to be false. Or when I say, I am a brain in a vat, that statement has to be false, because if I use the phrase brain in a vat, I could only ever be referring to intra-simulation brains in vats, even under the assumption that I was in a simulation. So the idea here is that Putnam is pulling apart the consequence of radical skeptical theories like the evil demon hypothesis or the simulation hypothesis or anything like that. He is pulling apart the connection between being in one of those and the idea that all of our beliefs are false. Hilary Putnam is sort of saying, well, even if you are a brain in a vat, that doesn't mean that all your beliefs are false, because all of your object words and even your definition of truth only applies within the simulation. His full argument actually goes one step further than this and says that if you were a brain in a vat, you couldn't even express that thought, right? How would I get at the world outside of the simulation using all of my intra-simulation language. It just doesn't make any sense. Or at least that's Putnam's point. I kind of think the specifics of his argument, you could challenge different premises, right? You could argue, okay, this rests on like a causal theory of reference, and you can reject a causal theory of reference. You know, you can kind of attack the particulars of this argument. What I like about Putnam's brain in a vat argument, it kind of gets at the intuition that even if I did live in a simulation, it doesn't seem like very much would hang on that. It seems like as long as I couldn't leave the simulation, I would just go about my day-to-day life. Everything that matters to me is in the simulation. All the people I love are. Everything that I do is within the simulation. All of my significance is within the simulation. And I say all of my definitions of truth and falsity and justification are all within the simulation. So there's a sense in which I'm in a simulation, but there's also a sense in which that doesn't seem to matter. I'm certainly not in a simulation by my own intra-simulation definition of simulation, which is kind of the point that Putnam's getting at. On the flip side, I can see why people kind of think this is a bit fishy. It sounds like playing with language. I don't think it is playing with language. I think that this is a linguistic stroke logico-linguistic way of explicating a very intuitive philosophical point, which is that if you're in a simulation, it doesn't seem like it matters. However, I do also think that there are holes in this as an anti-skeptical argument. One interesting one is, okay, imagine that I wasn't in a simulation until yesterday when someone hit me over the head and then took out my brain and put it in a vat and then simulated the world as it was before I'd been knocked over the head and had my brain removed. Well, in that case, there's not the same kind of, you can't construct the same kind of argument because all of my words were in the real world and now they're not, but also it doesn't have the same kind of coherence with our kind of existential fears, right? I can no longer say that everything that matters to me is in the simulation because no, everything that matters to me is outside the simulation and I've only just recently gone into the simulation. I know, maybe my conclusion from the whole chain of argument here is that it's much more existentially terrifying to have once been in the real world and then been placed in a simulation than it is to have never been in the real world and to have always existed in a simulation. Okay, next up we have determinism. I'm not going to spend too long on this, partly because I've got whole videos on it, but also because this is a philosophy channel, so you probably have heard of determinism before. I think the best kind of thought experiment version of determinism is Laplace's demon, which is the idea that if there was a demon who knew everything about the past and everything about the present, like every single atom and its position and every single thing, every single fact in the universe, could it then predict exactly the next moment and the moment after that? And could it then predict the entire future of the universe? And in theory, the entire past of the universe, maybe. If so, then determinism is true. That's one way of kind of dramatizing determinism. If you know everything about the present, could you predict the future with absolute certainty? This has different layers as a thesis. Cosmic-style determinism, where you just think that everything is determined, has come under some fire from results in quantum physics, which suggests that there is some genuine uncertainty as to what's going to happen from one moment to the next because of the stochastic nature of quantum equations. Though, of course, there is the additional moving part there of how you interpret quantum mechanics and how you cash it out metaphysically. The other consequence of determinism as a metaphysical thesis that people care about is the idea that it disproves the existence of free will, right? If all our actions are determined, then we don't freely choose what we do. We couldn't help but have done otherwise. And this is still a debate in philosophy. You know, whether it's true for a start, but also whether, if it is true, there aren't other versions of free will that recapture quite a lot of what we want from free will. So, for instance, you know, I'm kind of broadly compatibilist, but compatibilism is the idea that you can salvage some notion of free will even in a deterministic universe. One day I'll make a full video on the details of why I think there are versions of compatibilism that are definitely worth listening to. But for now, we'll move on to the next one, because you've all heard me talk about determinism before, and I'm sure you're all sick of it. Right, next up we have the Mandela effect. This is sort of a description for mass misremembering. It's called the Mandela effect because a lot of people remembered that Mandela died in prison in the 80s, but he didn't. He died in 2013, and as a result, that was a kind of a strangely common way of misremembering history. And there are loads of versions of these. I can't go through them all. One is like a kids program that was called the Berenstain Bears, but people remember it as the Berenstain Bears and stuff like that. And, you know, Oftentimes, I see the kind of disturbing part of this thought experiment be the idea that these could have drifted in from other realities or other universes, like facts from those universes or observations from those universes could have leaked through into ours. But I think the far more disturbing conclusion is just that our memories distort things every time we call them to mind, and that actually these mass distortion events are perfectly and horribly possible. Which then does give you a kind of latent skepticism about everything you've ever remembered. I remember looking into the kind of distortive effects of memories, especially kind of emotionally tinged memories, and how, they can seem just as real as when the event happened, but nonetheless you are misremembering it. And that's terrifying to me, because memories are really important. Imagine that somebody wiped all of your memories. It would feel like you're an entirely different person. It seems like our memories are such a core part of who we are. One of the really disturbing things, I think, in Orwell's 1984 is that the state kind of prevents the development of memory, both individual memory and collective memory. And that's one of the most existentially terrifying themes in the novel. And so the Mandela effect, aside from any kind of concerns about alternative universes drifting into ours, it just kind of seems like it potentially undermines our faith in our own memories. Of course, not all of them, but it opens the door for that kind of reasoning. And I think that there is a reasonable amount of empirical evidence that our memories are much more fallible than we often consider. Maybe you don't find that scary. I find that absolutely scary. And as a result, this Mandela effect one, though it kind of is something that gets seen on listicles and stuff, I don't think we often appreciate the true existential horror of the Mandela effect. Next, we have another thought experiment by Putnam, and this one is called Twin Earth, and this is about externalism regarding the reference of our words. It's all very exciting. Well, it's exciting to me. How do you think your words refer to things? A really intuitive answer is to say that they refer by internal description. So my word picks out this book in front of me because I have a little description for it in my head. I know it's blue. I know it's called Franz Kafka's Metamorphosis and Other Stories. I know that the blurb says one of the few great and perfect works of poetic imagination written during the 20th century. So that's a very intuitive way to think about reference. Reference is in some way in our heads. My words pick out what I intend them to pick out. This is internalism about reference. Now, Putnam disagrees with internalism about reference. He is an externalist, and he illustrates this with a thought experiment, arguing against internalism. So, imagine that there is a theoretical twin Earth with exactly the same people in it, exactly the same stuff. Everything is exactly the same, apart from one crucial difference. And that is that whereas the chemical composition of water on our world is H2O, there it is XYZ, where XYZ are new chemicals. There, if my twin on twin Earth had the thought, there is water in my glass, he would be having the exact same mental state that I have when I think that there's water in my glass, because he's exactly the same as me in all ways.
Is it time for my scheduled maintenance already?
Ways, including mental ways. However, the referent of his term water would pick out XYZ, whereas mine would pick out H2O. So the mental content's exactly the same, but the referent is different. And thus, it cannot be that reference is just in the head, or as Putnam put it, meaning just ain't in the head. There are many different responses to this. My personal favorite is to say something like, okay, yeah, the thing that my word picks out isn't entirely up to me, but when I'm intending to pick something out, I am kind of defining a function that then picks out things in the world. So, both me and my twin on Twin Earth will be thinking something like, the clear, drinkable water that sustains my life is filling the glass in front of me. And in my world, that will pick out H2O, and on Twin Earth, that will pick out XYZ. And this does say that, okay, referent is partly a matter of non-mind stuff, but there's still a heavy amount of mind involvement, which I think is important. So that's my way of kind of responding to and or accepting the consequences of this thought experiment. I know, I like this. I like thinking about language, so I'm a bit biased towards this. Also, Putnam has managed to get 2 slots in this thought experiment, which is pretty impressive, I think. He's just got away with thought experiments. But anyway, let's move on. Right, next up we have Flatland. Flatland was originally a satirical novel from the Victorian period that attacked like a whole bunch of stuff, including social structures and ideas of knowledge and all sorts. But how it's been used in philosophy is ever so slightly different. The kind of premise of Flatland is that you've got these beings that live in a 2D world. So in the novel, the main character is a square, and I think there are gender divides. So I think women are lines and men are polygons. But this is largely used today in kind of introductory philosophy of physics textbooks to get an intuition as to what a higher dimensional space might be conceptualized as, if that makes sense. So the idea as it's used is that just as we can imagine a set of 2-dimensional beings in 2-dimensional space for which 3D space is just like an unfathomable thing. Like they don't even know how to conceptualize it because they've never experienced it. And even at one point, I think, in the book, the shape square kind of goes to a 1-dimensional world and tries to convince them of the existence of 2 dimensions, and they're just not having it, which of course they wouldn't, right? They have no empirical evidence for this and no way of conceptualizing it. But of course now, through physical theories like general relativity, we do have a sense of higher dimensional space. You know, a general relativity theory, if I understand or remember correctly, is based on a kind of 4-dimensional semi-Riemannian manifold. So one way of getting an intuitive gloss on this is to think, okay, yeah, well, just as we can imagine a 2D space embedded in 3D space, you know, you could think of a piece of paper, which is kind of a 2-dimensional plane embedded in the 3D space of our reality, so too, we are a 3-dimensional space embedded within a 4-dimensional higher space. So yeah, I think that's probably how the Flatland thought experiment is mainly used today. That was how it was used in my undergrad. And I know, it's a fun idea. Of course, you could just iterate the thought experiment again and say, well, what if there are 4-dimensional creatures embedded in 5-dimensional space and stuff like that? And it can get kind of fun. So yes, on balance, I think this is a very fun thought experiment that even has a handy pedagogical usage. Next up, we have the floating man thought experiment. So this was a thought experiment by Ibn Sina, possibly the greatest Islamic philosopher of all time. I don't know if you've read any Ibn Sina, but he's like, I suppose one way of like conceptualizing it, if you're not into Islamic philosophy at all, and I don't know that much about it, but like I know a bit of Ibn Sina and a bit of Ibn Rushd, would be he's like St. Thomas Aquinas in Islam, I suppose, would be one way of having a reference point. He's like an absolute legend and truly a genius, a giant of philosophy who is, I think, really underappreciated. But anyway, one of his thought experiments is this floating man thought experiment, which was part of how he wanted to give a kind of conceptual proof or conceptual argument for the separability of the mind and body as part of a general idea of having a philosophical defense of the immortality of the soul. The general idea is that a man is kind of brought into existence, floating in the sky with no access to his senses. So he doesn't have any kind of external sense data. He's just working on pure reflection. And Ibn Sina's point is that it seems like this man would still be aware of himself as a self. So he's accessing something by pure reflection, even though he doesn't have any kind of external input telling him that it exists. And so, Ibn Sina suggests, the self can be known by pure reflection without kind of empirical evidence. And since everything physical is learnt by empirical evidence, this gives at least some kind of prima facie case for the non-physicality and the separability of the soul. That's a very kind of simplified gloss of the argument. It's very similar to Descartes' argument for dualism, where he talks about the conceivability of the separation of the mind from the body. And yeah, I don't know if this is where Descartes got it, or if they're just independently developed arguments. I mean, you know, they both bear kind of a similarity to Socrates' argument about the immortality of the soul in Plato's dialogues. There's a long tradition of these sorts of arguments being used in kind of dualist philosophical circles. One way you could respond to this argument is by saying something like, yes, it seems like the soul is, or the mind is, conceptually separable from the body, but that's just because we don't know enough about our concept of the mind, right? So one way of framing this might be, you might appeal to something like the work of Gottlob Frege. So one of Frege's observations is that there are things that are inseparable or even identical that we don't realize are identical until we go about some further investigation. So his example is Hesperus and Phosphorus, or it's the morning star and the evening star. I don't know which way around they are. But his point is, These were both eventually discovered to be Venus, but at the time, people didn't know that. And so, conceptually, they could have made an argument that Hesperus and Phosphorus were conceptually separable and thus distinct things. And one of Frege points, as well as introducing the notion of sense, which is really cool and we don't have time to go into it, is that you can't prove inseparability by purely conceptual argument, is kind of one of the corollaries of Frege's point. And this is incredibly cool and incredibly useful. You can use it to respond to the open question argument by G.E. Moore about definability of the good in ethics. And it just, this kind of quite simple insight has a huge range of applications, and it's amazing that it was kind of, only put with such clarity and precision by Frege in the 19th century. Oh man, Frege is just a kind of, I don't know, a once-in-a-century genius. Anyway, that would be one way you could respond to Ibn Sina's argument. Our next thought experiment is the cow in the field. This one might require a bit of background. Essentially, for basically all of philosophical history since Plato, we've had a certain idea of what constitutes knowledge called the justified true belief model. It's pretty intuitive, right? We know something when we have a belief about something. That belief is true, and we're justified in holding that belief. So it's not enough to have a true belief, you must also have a good justification for that belief. This is what's called a Gettier case, which is a counterexample to the justified true belief model, whereby someone has a justified true belief, but it feels like it's come about by chance in some way. These were formulated by Edmund Gettier, who published like a 2-page paper on this, and it's still, I think, the most read paper from the philosophical journal Analysis, which is just an amazing achievement to have, because he apparently just like rattled it off in an afternoon or something. It was a very brief process. He just kind of came across this and was like, oh my god, I've disproven one of the most incredibly stable theories in all philosophy. This is one such case. It's not from his original paper, but it's about. So imagine that there is a farmer walking through a field. He spots a smudge of kind of white and dark spots on the horizon. He's like, that my cow is in that field. His thought is, my cow is in that field. That's very important. Unbeknownst to him, that's actually not his cow. That's just a kind of smudge of newspaper that's blowing in the wind. A very big bit of newspaper, let's say, blowing in the wind at the edge of his field. However, also unbeknownst to him, his cow, which is genuinely in that field, is sat behind a tree somewhere. So, in this case, he has a justified true belief that the cow is in the field, but nonetheless, it seems like in some sense this doesn't quite count as knowledge because the way he's come about to have the belief seems disconnected from the truth of the statement. So, it's not so much a paradox or anything like that, it's just it's meant to be a counterexample to the JTB model of knowledge, and various people have tried to deal with this in different ways. One way to do it is to say that, okay, it seems like he's justified, but he's not really justified because there is a false belief in his deduction of the belief that there is a cow in the field, right? He's relying on the idea that this smudgy black and white thing in the distance is his cow, and that's false. So that's one way of responding to it. But there are many different ways of responding to it. Also, some people just alter their definition of knowledge. But yes, a fascinating thought experiment from what I think is a deeply underrated area of philosophy in popular discourse. Next up, we have the twin paradox. This isn't actually a paradox in the traditional sense, but it is an interesting consequence of, I think, special relativity theory, and as a result, relativity theory in general, no pun intended. Essentially, this is a counterintuitive consequence of those theories, those physical theories, because in both special and general relativity theory, the speed of light is a constant, no matter how fast you're traveling. So whether you're traveling at 300,000 kilometers per hour or 5 kilometers per hour, the speed of light, a kind of light beam in a vacuum, will always look the same to you. As my notes say, whatever speed you're moving, the speed of light always has to look the same as it would to someone standing still. But since the speed of light is constant, something else has to shift in order to make the equations of relativity theory balance when you're moving at speed. And what shifts is the amount of time passed from that observer's perspective. So, say you have two twins, and one remains on Earth, and another accelerates near the speed of light, say 99% of the speed of light, and then turns around and goes back to Earth at that same speed. So they've been traveling near the speed of light this whole time. And say they've been doing this for like 10 years. That might have only been 10 years past for them, but when they get back to Earth, they will have found that 50 to 100 years will have passed for all the people remaining down on the Earth. I don't know the exact maths, but the point is a lot longer would have passed for the people remaining on Earth than would have done for this particular traveler. So, why is this worth talking about? Well, because in Newtonian mechanics, and indeed in our everyday life when we're just talking about the world of middle-sized objects, as philosophers have started to call the aspect of the world where Newtonian mechanics basically approximates, we treat time as if it is a constant. You know, we have a clock, it ticks by at 1 second per second, and every clock in the world ticks at roughly the same rate. This is a good way to demonstrate that that way of viewing time no longer works under general relativity and special relativity theory. In fact, time is no longer a strict constant. It can vary depending on other things that you're changing in the equation. In this case, how fast someone is accelerating or traveling. This is called time dilation, and it is just one of the cool, unintuitive consequences of relativity theory. And I think that people view it as a paradox because it just clashes with our everyday intuitions and our experiences in the world. But it's not a paradox. It is perfectly consistent with the rules of relativity theory, and I think it's been empirically proven to be true, so we've even verified it. It's one of those wonderful situations where some deeply unintuitive mathematics has then gone on to be empirically shown to be true in the actual physical world we inhabit, which is... Next up, we have the twin paradox. This isn't actually a paradox in the traditional sense, but it is an interesting consequence of, I think, special relativity theory, and as a result, relativity theory in general, no pun intended. Essentially, this is a counterintuitive consequence of those theories, those physical theories, because in both special and general relativity theory, the speed of light is a constant, no matter how fast you're traveling. So whether you're traveling at 300,000 kilometers per hour or 5 kilometers per hour, the speed of light, a kind of light beam in a vacuum, will always look the same to you. As my notes say, whatever speed you're moving, the speed of light always has to look the same as it would to someone standing still. But since the speed of light is constant, something else has to shift in order to make the equations of relativity theory balance when you're moving at speed. And what shifts is the amount of time passed from that observer's perspective. So, say you have two twins, and one remains on Earth, and another accelerates near the speed of light, say 99% of the speed of light, and then turns around and goes back to Earth at that same speed. So they've been traveling near the speed of light this whole time. And say they've been doing this for like 10 years. That might have only been 10 years past for them, but when they get back to Earth, they will have found that 50 to 100 years will have passed for all the people remaining down on the Earth. I don't know the exact maths, but the point is a lot longer would have passed for the people remaining on Earth than would have done for this particular traveler. So why is this worth talking about? Well, because in Newtonian mechanics, and indeed in our everyday life when we're just talking about the world of middle-sized objects, as philosophers have started to call the aspect of the world where Newtonian mechanics basically approximates, we treat time as if it is a constant. You know, we have a clock, it ticks by at 1 second per second, and every clock in the world ticks at roughly the same rate. This is a good way to demonstrate that that way of viewing time no longer works under general relativity and special relativity theory. In fact, time is no longer a strict constant. It can vary depending on other things that you're changing in the equation. In this case, how fast someone is accelerating or traveling. This is called time dilation, and it is just one of the cool, unintuitive consequences of relativity theory. And I think that people view it as a paradox because it just clashes with our everyday intuitions and our experiences in the world. But it's not a paradox. It is perfectly consistent with the rules of relativity theory. And I think it's been empirically proven to be true. So we've even verified it. It's one of those wonderful situations where some deeply unintuitive mathematics has then gone on to be empirically shown to be true in the actual physical world we inhabit, which is just a lot of fun. Okay, next on the iceberg, we have Boltzmann brains. What is a Boltzmann brain, first of all, just as an object? Effectively, a Boltzmann brain is a randomly occurring brain that has a bunch of false memories about the world around it. It's like an isolated brain out in space or out in some state that nonetheless thinks that it's experiencing our reality, let's say, or just a stable reality around it. So, how do we get to the existence of these Boltzmann brains, or the possible existence of these Boltzmann brains? The fundamental idea to bear in mind here is infinite time, right? We've been dealing with infinite time a fair amount in this video, and this is just another deeply unintuitive consequence of it. Basically, the second law of thermodynamics states that everything tends towards what are called high entropy states, which are basically states of low order. The fun kind of intuitive reason for why this is that a high entropy state can come about in lots and lots of different ways, whereas a low entropy state can only come about in a few ways. So, one intuitive example of this might be my bookshelf, right? That bookshelf is kind of an ordered object. If I were to instead say that, the bookshelf was just disassembled in bits of wood on the floor, that would be intuitively a lower entropy or a higher entropy arrangement of the bits of wood. Because effectively, there's only kind of a few ways in which you could arrange those bits of wood to be the bookshelf, whereas there are loads of ways you can arrange it to be a pile of wood on the floor, right? Because, the conditions just aren't as strict. How do we get from the second law of thermodynamics to Boltzmann brains? Effectively, Ludwig Boltzmann was a 19th century physicist, and he argued that we could explain the relatively low entropy state of our kind of world and galaxy by appealing to the idea that all of existence could be infinitely old. It could have existed for an infinite amount of time. That would be one way whereby you would have low entropy states just coming about by chance, because anything with a low probability will happen eventually if you give it a long enough time. And if you've got an infinite amount of time, then these things will happen infinitely. You'll get an infinite amount of low probability events occurring. But we immediately have a bit of a problem, because it seems like a spontaneously occurring Boltzmann brain with lots of fake memories and the idea that it's experiencing a true reality, that's a significantly less complex event than the universe ordering itself in the way that it has, or even let's take our solar system ordering itself the way that it has, in this kind of low entropy seeming way. Given that, it seems like the majority of brains that are formed by chance over this infinitely long period of time are going to be Boltzmann brains. And if that's the case, then because by far the majority of existing consciousnesses will be Boltzmann brains with fake memories, we should conclude that we ourselves are Boltzmann brains. So yes, if Boltzmann is right, then it is rational in this thought experiment, I suppose. Boltzmann probably didn't actually believe this. He's posing a thought experiment. If Boltzmann's thought experiment holds and the universe does exist for an infinitely long period of time, stretching into both the past and the future, then it is rational to conclude that you are a Boltzmann brain rather than a real person experiencing the universe. Quite a mind-boggling thought experiment, and I'm still not entirely sure that I've got my head around it. But it's a lot of fun, and it does leave you with a key question. Are you a Boltzmann brain? Level 4. Okay, first on the level 4 section of our iceberg is multiverse theory. Multiverse theory obviously comes in many, many forms, and since the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics is a bit further down, I'm not going to talk about that here. But in its broadest possible sense, multiverse theory is the idea that there do exist parallel universes running parallel to ours, that there are alternative realities that actually exist that in some sense are just as real as our own. One of the more fun versions of this in philosophy is the concrete modal realism of someone like David Lewis. David Lewis argues that, or he theorizes and does give some arguments for it, that every possibility does exist in a concrete universe just like our own, but we call this universe the real universe because it's the one that we happen to be at. He turns real into a kind of indexical term. But one of the quirks of Lewis's idea of possible worlds, of concrete modal realism, is that he doesn't think that these universes can interact with ours or with each other. So in some ways, it's not the version of parallel universes or multiverses that you might have seen in science fiction. But then also there are other people that have slightly different conceptions of different parallel universes. I think one of my favorites is, I can't remember the guy's name, but he postulated that every mathematical possibility is instantiated in some universe. And when you put all these together, you get like the world of mathematics in a great omniverse, which is a lot of fun. I don't really see any reason to believe it exists, but I love a cool idea. I think one of the interesting questions about multiverse theories is, what are the limitations that you place on the multiverse? So is it just a series of universes with our physical laws, but they have different kind of material objects in them or different arrangements of material objects? Is it that we stretch it so that even universes with different laws of physics can exist? Do we stretch it even further and say that universes with different logical laws can exist? You know, there's a universe somewhere where the law of non-contradiction is false. I think this connects a little bit about a lot of the thoughts we've been having about infinity from earlier in the video. If there are a huge number of parallel universes, then very strange events can occur. And do we want to start placing limits on what we consider to be even candidates for parallel universes? It's food for thought. Again, different people argue for multiverses in different ways, and oftentimes they will argue that certain things are fixed, like the laws of physics are fixed, and lots of people argue that at the very least the laws of logic are fixed. But I think that the question of the limits of the multiverse strikes me as quite an interesting one, and I'd like to look into it further. Next up, we have Swamp Man. This is a philosophical thought experiment from Donald Davidson, who's probably best known for his theories about the indeterminacy of language, but this is also a thought experiment he's become pretty well known for. The rough thought experiment goes a bit like this. Imagine one day that you are walking through a swamp when lightning suddenly hits you and you explode into a million pieces. But simultaneously, as this is happening, maybe with the power generated by the lightning strike, there emerges another figure from the swamp who is physically and mentally identical to you. They have all the same thoughts and feelings. But the question is, can the Swamp Man have thoughts and language about the world in the same way that we could, since it has, in effect, never really interacted with any of the things that it's going to talk about? You know, when we see a dog, and we say dog, there is a causal history, a causal chain that runs from the word that we've been using, dog, all the way back to when we were little and somebody pointed at a dog and said dog. There's a causal connection there that is missing in the Swamp Man. So Davidson asks us whether the Swamp Man, devoid of any of this history, can use language meaningfully in the same way that we can. Davidson certainly says no, but this is very much an open question, and it ties into that internalist-externalist debate that we touched upon when we were looking at Hilary Putnam's twin Earth experiments. But I think potentially a more fascinating version of this idea would be just to ask a slightly different question. So you've also gone to the swamp and you've been not eviscerated, evaporated, disintegrated by the lightning. And this clone has also come out with all of your memories and you're physically and mentally identical. Here's a question. Say this was going to happen in advance and you knew it. So I was going to say, okay, you're going to go out into this swamp and you're going to get hit by lightning. You might be understandably kind of scared. Now imagine if I said you're going to go out into that swamp and you're going to be hit by lightning, and an identical clone at the exact same moment is going to
Okay, I'm back. Mom asked me to build her a PC. And we're slowly but surely moving towards it. And George Churchill Mental Master. Attack percent. Yeah, sure. Yeah, well. Still reasonably fine. Reasonably fine. Reasonably fine. Okay, so legal mindset once again. Somalia ally Hank Yu is leaving. Best facts.
Johnny Somali, aka Ramzi Khalid Ismail, may be losing his top ally in Hank Yu. We're going to talk about it today in this Fast Facts version. This is the legal mindset. We teach you to be your own judge. I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney who's been following the Ramzi Khalid Ismail case from beginning to end. And this is a kind of weird chapter that we now have where it seems like the Hank Yu saga, the Hank Yu story, is really going to come to an end. This is really the final chapter, it looks like, for Hank Yu. Now, of course, the Johnny Somali legal saga is not over. It won't be over for some time. But based on a recent interview with K-Town Social Club, it really appears that there is a separation happening here. A rift has happened, and it may be the end of really the relevance of Hank Yu. We're going to get on that today on this Fast Facts version. Of course, if you like the Fast Facts versions of my streams, make sure to like the video and let me know in the comments below. So, of course, I've got a great PowerPoint here for you guys today talking about this final chapter. And with this, in this final chapter with Hank, we had this interview that was conducted in person between a member of the K-Town Social Club, which had originally interviewed him, and, of course, Hank Hanjong Yu. Now, this is interesting because there were many questions that were asked or many things that came up. It was a very long interview. And I want you guys to, of course, check out the full-length version. If you're interested, it's in the comments below in the description. If you like the channel, if you like the way it was handled, which I must say was very professionally, very neutrally. I have a lot of respect for the interviewer because he was able to kind of sit through that with a straight face and kind of a calm demeanor and get through that. So I have a lot of respect for that on a professional level. So if you guys want to check that out, once again, description below. And of course, if you like it, you can subscribe to their channel. Now, this went down, I believe, a week or two ago and was just released a couple days ago. And everybody was sending this to me to comment on. Of course, there's a lot of stuff in here. It's almost 2 hours. But of that, only about 5 minutes of it is legally relevant or really relevant to the case at hand with Johnny Somali at all. One important thing that happened, though, is that there were some questions that I submitted to the interviewer. He had asked me privately for some questions, and he didn't say they were my questions. He just asked them like they were regular questions. And when they were asked, they were answered very well, and I'm going to talk about the reactions there. But one thing I want to talk about is what is irrelevant, because this is something, and I've talked about kind of my coverage and how I'm trying to focus on what's relevant and legal and objective versus what is drama or what is kind of not really going to do anything for the legal case one way or another. So the majority of this interview is irrelevant legally. Now, it may be good cinema, it may be good TV, it may be good drama. That's perfectly fine. And if that's what you like, hey, go check out the full-length interview. There's a lot of stuff that you'll probably laugh at or enjoy or whatever else. But essentially, a lot of the stuff in there, like Hank's long history of mental health issues and diagnoses, his background, his interfamily relationships, debating over his combat prowess and how he is a skilled fighter, according to himself. His time in prison and the many stories from prison, some of which have very graphic details. And once again, children should probably not watch this interview. It is very adult. And then last is personal history. We'll put quotes around that, and the details of his history, including some of his personal life and bedroom life, etc. That's all really irrelevant, and I'm not going to go into that. I'm not going to harp on that. Hank tells his own story, and you can listen to it and take it with whatever grain of salt you want to take that. The only legal relevance that I see overall a lot of this having, other than the few questions that were asked, were that Hank admits much of the speculation about him. So he's asked a lot of questions that are speculative about his past, about his history, his family, and he pretty much confirms what people have been saying online. And that's very interesting because a lot of that stuff is only damaging to his reputation. Not that he had a sterling reputation or a clean reputation beforehand, but his reputation is certainly not improved by this interview. It is certainly only damaged by this interview insofar as he's confirmed things. And another thing that's going to bring up, because he brings up a defamation lawsuit at the end, or at least threatening a defamation lawsuit at the end, is by confessing a lot of these things, he's removed his ability to claim defamation, essentially saying, hey, no, these things that have been said are true, so they are thus not defamatory. particularly in jurisdictions like the United States, which the majority of the streamers that he talks about, the proper venue would be the United States, would be completely barring any sort of defamation claim for reporting what he said himself. So let's get into it. And I want to bring up a couple things. First of all, he does bring up his time and people knowing him as quote unquote the Asian Nazi, that sort of these meme photos he says he took. Here's one with the Kyrgyzstan flag, all that good stuff. You know, he's got some in the Confederate outfit. So he does say, and this is one thing I'm going to actually agree with Hank on here, is he says all of these photos, the stuff he was doing in Confederate cosplay, etc. He says he doesn't support the Confederates and that he would have supported war crimes against the Confederates, etc. But he says that all of this was to troll people online. And you know what? I actually believe him. I actually genuinely believe Hank was just trolling people online. But beyond that, this information about him and his past and his cosplay and whatever else, it really isn't legally relevant. He was never charged with a crime for cosplaying or whatever else, or taking photos online. And largely trolling people online is usually, and I'm putting a little asterisk there, guys, usually, not always. Sometimes trolling goes too far, but usually trolling is not illegal. And usually trolling is free speech. And actually, as much as Hank may say I don't believe in free speech, I actually do believe in free speech insofar as if you are not breaking a crime, you can troll people online. And I don't care whether you're on the left or on the right or center, or if it's whatever it's about, it could be teasing different, people, whatever, that generally is legal. So this side of it really, if he says he's trolling and he wasn't convicted of a crime, okay, yeah, sure, Hank, then it was trolling. And, people can take that the way they take that, and how they view you is their own opinion. And of course, many people have bad opinions, many people don't care about his trolling, but that came up during the interview. The next thing and the next questions were the questions that are relevant. And now there are several questions that were relevant there, and mainly I'm going to focus on the ones that I asked. So I asked questions related to his money and related to what if Johnny goes to prison, and he answered those questions. So related to the money, of course, and you can see the full response, the full video. If you want to check out my live stream, I play the video. We're going to go through it bit by bit in the live, but I'm just going to summarize it here for the fast facts version. So about money, he's asked, hey, how much money have you spent on Johnny? Like, how much have you spent on him at all? And he actually admitted to spending around or perhaps over $20,000 USD, 20K USD, between legal fees, housing, etc., paying for things for Johnny, etc. About 20K USD invested into Johnny Somali. That is a lot of money. In fact, for somebody who has not been working until recently, he does admit that he just got out of school and now he's tutoring, right, to make some money. But for someone who's not working, that's a lot of money. And certainly if that was coming from someone's family and now their family knows they were spending 20K, that is something that can make them very, very mad. That large investment into another person that wasn't going into Hank. Hank was pretty much fully underwriting that. So that's a lot of money. That's significant. And when I saw him answering these questions, in this manner, and you can kind of see this as a screenshot of when he was talking about the money, he actually seems hurt by this. And he seems to realize and be bright enough to know he is probably never getting that money back. He realizes he's probably never getting that money back. He says he did it on principle because it aligns with his values and beliefs. But on some level, I do believe Hank wants that money back, and he knows that Johnny really isn't going to have the capacity to get that money back. Beyond that, the second question was about prison. And what if Johnny goes to prison? Well, he actually admitted, which was huge, that Johnny may indeed go to prison, but he thinks it's for a couple months, not for years and years and years. Well, that's just kind of arguing over semantics. Even Hank Yu, even his top ally, is at this point resigned to the fact that Johnny Somali, Ramsey Khalid Ismail, is likely seeing time behind bars in Korea. And that's a big shift, because if you caught the earlier interviews, the earlier statements by Hank, remember, this is his top ally, you would say, and he describes himself as one of Johnny's best friends now. And if his best friend now is admitting to the fact that he will probably see some time in a Korean prison, that's a huge shift. That's a massive shift. That is huge. So I think that's a big one. The other big one is that he admitted that he indeed is now potentially not housing Johnny Somali. So he said Johnny is perhaps somewhere else. He admitted, yeah, Johnny's not with me anymore. He's somewhere else, but I'm not going to tell you where he is. right? And it's mentioned a Yixuan, which is a very small room, kind of a very tiny room in Korea. He's saying, mention, oh, he might be in a Yixuan, again, and that's what the host brings up. And he responds, yeah, that's probably where he is, kind of hinting at, yeah, that's probably what's going on. So yeah, he's probably in some off-site area. I would believe that. But here's the legal relevance. The case is coming up in 1 week. If he indeed has moved, he needs to update his address. As far as we know, as of date, he has not updated his address with the court. So perhaps he forgot, perhaps a lawyer hasn't gotten around to it, perhaps he'll watch this Fast Facts and actually do that, but legally he is required to update that. If he has not updated that, and he has moved, and he comes to court and lies, that's contempt of court. And that would be very severe for Somali if he is misrepresenting where he is staying and is in fact staying somewhere else. That would be a big, big problem for Somali. So if Somali has actually moved physically and is no longer residing with Hank, that does need to be reported to the court. So that's a big deal. That's a huge thing. Beyond that, let's move into talking about defamation. Now, Hank, of course, brought me up at the end, and I was kind of thrown off. I'm like, whoa, you bring up legal mindset at the end. In talking about defamation and bring up defamation. So Hank confirms that he wants to sue for defamation. Now, he specifically mentions me, or rather the host brings me up. But the truth is, and I've actually seen some proof of this, that he wants to sue several people. He wants to sue Atozi, me, 15 Minutes, the Korean streamers. And well, the Korean streamers are a little bit of a different case because they're in Korea and Korean law will clearly apply. They'll be more easy to serve, etc. For Atozi, myself, 50 Minutes, a lot of the other people have been covering this. He wants to sue Asmongold or whatever else, anybody who's covered this on the internet. It's going to be very, very difficult. We're going to talk about those challenges. But when he talked about defamation, and once again, I've got the full clip in my live, he admits his pure motivation is money. It's just money. It's not actually he feels bad about it. He laughs about it. He thinks it's a joke. He actually isn't deeply hurt about this at all. And he claims to believe in free speech, but he doesn't understand the concept. The concept of free speech is the ability to report on facts. And that's just the way it is. And just because he wants money doesn't mean you can sue somebody. Plenty of people want money. If you could just sue people whose money you want and get that money, well, then they would do it. It's not that easy. It's not that simple. So at the end of the day, he's going to have a hard time collecting from anybody, myself included. And I can say he's not going to get a single won, baht, or US dollar off of me. It's going to be very difficult for that. Now, expanding upon previous defenses, which I mentioned in other videos, there are other things that would cause a defamation lawsuit against myself, Atozi, anybody else to fail. The first is the impossibility or impracticability procedurally. So here's the thing. There's something called standing. That's the ability to bring a claim. He's going to have a real big issue in multiple jurisdictions with standing. It's very odd because he may not even have standing to bring a claim in the United States. He might be able to bring it by hiring an attorney in a particular jurisdiction where the defendants would reside, maybe, but maybe not, right? They could contest that and say, no, actually, you don't have standing to bring that. And in other jurisdictions, like other countries, he certainly might not even have standing at all. The only place he clearly can sue is South Korea. But let's just use myself as an example. While I used to live in South Korea, I no longer reside in South Korea. Therefore, suing in South Korea would be entirely inappropriate because, well, they wouldn't even be able to serve me with process because I'm not in South Korea. And even if you were able to get a Korean sued and somehow try to serve it abroad, etc., the venue would be improper. So they would just make a motion to change the venue, and they would lose that, and Hank would lose that, and it would all be done procedurally. The other thing is, most of the streamers, let's use Atozi in 15 Minutes, for example, they're in the United States, and we have something called anti-slap. Now, Hank claims to know about free speech, but I'm going to educate him on free speech as it's applied in law. The anti-slap, or laws against strategic lawsuits against public participation, that is, lawsuits just to shut people up, even though they're actually speaking facts, those are so intimately tied to free speech. They were adopted on free speech basis. You can't use lawsuits to shut people up from talking to you, from talking about you, particularly from talking about you about truthful things. And not only that, but Hank is a public figure. He's now gone on multiple interviews. He's got YouTube channels. He's involved with Johnny Somali. He is a public figure, so he is held to a higher standard under New York Times versus Sullivan. Therefore, all these anti-slap protections would essentially prevent him from even going to court. It wouldn't even get to a motion to dismiss. In a preliminary motion, it would be blown out of court in the United States. So that would be a very kind of funny way for it to go, and an entire waste of Hank's money. Although at this point, if he's wasted $20K in legal fees, I mean, what's another $20K, right? I mean, there you go. Beyond that, the things that have been reported on by everybody, myself included, have all been factual and confirmed by Hank. In fact, he confirmed them in this interview. And in American law, at least, the truth is a defense. And in other jurisdictions, even in Korea, there is a public reporting or a public interest exception. And clearly, the reporting under this would fall under public interest since it's related to Johnny Somali, since all of it has been adjacent to the criminal behavior of Johnny Somali. The other thing is you need to have damages. So to bring a claim in America or pretty much any jurisdiction, you're going to need damages. What money did he lose? He wasn't making any money. His family, mom, whatever, was giving him money regardless. So he didn't have anything that was lost because of that. And further, you actually have to have a good reputation, or at least a neutral reputation, in order to be damaged. But at this point, it's very clear. And speaking to people in Korea, Korean lawyers, you know, if you have a bad reputation, there's no reputation to be damaged. Even in Korea, that would be thrown out because of his own reputation. And at the end of the day, nobody, myself included, Atozi, anybody else, has been served with a lawsuit by Hank. So there's no lawsuit in existence. And because of that, I just don't see this going anywhere or seeing anything. That's why I think this is indeed the final chapter for Hank. Now, what's my conclusion on him as we wrap up this saga? Well, the conclusion is that to date, to our knowledge, the Somali conviction team, the rest of us, Hank has not been indicted of a crime in Korea. We don't know of him being indicted of anything. We would probably know by now. And he hasn't been. And Hank appears to be trying to separate from Somali and planning an exit. In the interview, he talks about going to China to study mechanical engineering in July of 2026. Now, I would note that based on his U.S. felony, China might give him some trouble with his visa because China tends not to like felonies on their visa application. So that might be a little difficult. But perhaps he pulls some strings or whatever, greases the wheels or whatever else and gets in. But that might be an issue. The other thing is that Ramsey owes Hank over 20K USD, which is probably causing a rift between the two. And I'm not one to sit here and get in between these two people as they separate and try to put them back together. I mean, I think that is a significant concern. I think a real friend would pay another friend back. I think if they were owed money, they would pay it back. And I think that we might be seeing, because Ramsey has allegedly moved out. He's saying he's moved out, and Hank sounds like he's moving on. It sounds like these two might be a little bit over. Like it might be starting to break up. There might be a rift in the family. So going forward on my channel, on this channel, unless Hank is criminally indicted in Korea or anywhere else, or he serves as an official witness, to me, he's irrelevant legally. And therefore, going forward from today on, I'm really not going to report on Hank except for as it relates to the lawsuit. I think it's a distraction. I think it's mostly drama. And once again, on my channel, I'm trying to be objective, focusing on the law, and not just in on the side stuff. But I want to know what you guys think below. What do you think about the Hank saga? What do you think it contributed to the Somali story? I'll catch you on the next one.
Are you guys enjoying the stream today?
Oh no, not Yixuan. Okay, so that was legal mindset Somalia. Ally Hank Yu is leaving post facts. Honestly, I don't have complex thoughts about the video I just watched. It was more of a whatever, man. The picture where he was standing on the with the background of Nazi flags was quite funny. Okay, we do a little trolling, sure. I mean, it's not what I would do personally. Anyway, yeah. I'm just talking about Junior Somalia. What a fucking asshole. And not too much else to be said about it. And look at that. His friend lent him a lot of money. And he can't or will not even repay him. Asshole. Okay, I'm gonna enhance this one in particular. And yeah, nothing here. Change again. Now a different video.
Color invokes a visceral.
Burn it down! Let's light it up! Bring it! Ugh, I'm going in! Fulfill our pact! Suffer the wrath of the wrath from the skies!
Nice. Maybe if I didn't have this stun lock twice, it would even be quite good. Okay, where is it? It is here. Come on, give me crit damage. Wow, would you look at that? The lowest amount possible, but still. Speaking of which, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Unfortunately, it can only go +4. So it's not potentially as good, probably. Yeah, so video called Disco Elysium Mobile, how to not port a masterpiece, Jamrock Hobo. Speaking of which, recently already listened to a video by the great mustache wearing person. He actually wore specifically a pretty specific mustache reminiscent of the main character of Disco Elysium when he initially made the video. But anyway, Hoba.
Classic and still stands as Disco Elysium Mobile is here. The fan-favorite RPG is regarded as a modern classic and still stands as the highest-rated PC game of all time. However, when Studio Zaum published the trailer for the mobile port, the news were met with suspicion, to say the least. In fact, the fan community had an absolute field day, producing an abundance of memes, all poking fun at the prospect of getting served horrible mobile slop from a studio that had already fallen out of its fans' favor. Meanwhile, it certainly didn't help that Zaum promoted their game as something that is supposed to appeal to consumers of short-form content and, quote-unquote, captivate the TikTok user. But is the game really that bad? In this video I want to give it a fair review, and while I will voice a fair amount of critique of the game, you might just be surprised about a few things it does right. Let's start with the basics. First of all, Disco Elysium Mobile does not just squeeze the original game and its UI onto a small vertical screen. Instead, it came up with a number of solutions about how to translate Disco Elysium from a classic CRPG experience to a handheld one. And while I will go through the details of these solutions in the following chapters, you might have already noticed the most prominent feature of the port, which is the extensive new artwork through which you now interact with the city and its inhabitants. Instead of adopting the map of the original game, the art team went through the effort of repainting the entirety of Martinez from hundreds of new angles. Within each of these new scenes you can swipe to look around, sometimes in 360-degree panoramas, and interact with characters and items. Every NPC encounter now has its dedicated scene too, replacing their portrait from the original game. But more about that in the art section of this video. This new style is still accompanied by the game's original full voice acting.
Hello, I'm Kim Kitsuragi.
As well as the full soundtrack by C-Power. When we're discussing mobile ports of PC and console games, one concern that always comes up revolves around the sacrifices that have to be made to trim down the original game to a downscaled version of itself, both graphically and in regards to its gameplay systems. And since Disco Elysium Mobile was supposed to be easily digestible by a more casual audience, I assumed they would do it like in the Game Boy remake where, for example, they reduced the game's 24 skills to 4 main attributes. But to my surprise, all the systems and mechanics are still here with the same complexity as in the original game. The inventory remained, containing everything from clothes to drugs and valuables. You can still internalize thoughts in the thought cabinet, and the 24 skills are all still present. You now even get a few extras in the form of a case file that evolves with your playthrough, containing all the information you collect about the murder case and the characters you meet throughout the game. What I personally worried about the most when I saw Disco Mobile being announced was the possibility of Zaum cutting not systems but content from the game. They might after all prefer a politically more sanitized game that this time might not get immediately banned upon its release. Disco Elysium after all is not a this time might not get immediately banned.
Earlier urge to move on from the moral panic over video games. After Disco Elysium banned, what? Calls for changes to the classification system after award-winning role-playing game set to offend standards of morality. What? Disco Elysium banned in Australia? What? Okay, let's put a pin into it.
Upon its release. Disco Elysium, after all, is not a game that walks on eggshells. Fortunately, however, after playing through the whole game and cross-checking a few of the more edgy dialogue choices, it seems they remained faithful to the original in this aspect as far as I could tell. You can still be the most racist person alive or a bloodthirsty Stalinist.
Oh yeah, get the firing squads and the animal wagons ready.
And you can still take speed on the job and shoot the gremlin kid in the face. That is, if you pass the skill check. However, although the game doesn't exactly censor anything, it does introduce another type of cut content through its more streamlined approach to story progression, which for me is the most significant concern I have with the game. But we will get to that in a second, because while we're going through initial concerns, let's quickly talk about monetization. First of all, there are no microtransactions in the game. And we did also not, in fact, get Gacha Elysium. Instead, the monetization model consists of a free-to-play start into the first levels of the game, followed by a $10 payment to unlock the rest of it. I personally think that's a very straightforward way to...
Oh yeah, that's actually exactly the thing that I thought would be the best way to approach it. So like, it's free-to-play for first couple of levels, and then you just... If you want to unlock the whole game, pay up $10. That's like a skin on King Kutsuragi. Yeah.
Monetize a game, and that it's very fairly priced, maybe even a bit of an atonement price to appease the fanbase. Overall, I think it fits the low threshold, high accessibility approach they're following with the port, because now you can just tell people to quickly try it out with no financial commitment at all. As a very last point, before we have a look at how the game actually works, I want to place a short disclaimer. Most of the footage you will see was recorded from the preview version of the game that I, just like other reviewers, received from Zaum. However, the offer came with no strings attached, so I'm free to say whatever I want, and I will eventually take that opportunity to discuss the aspects of the game that I'm still highly skeptical about. Now, those of you who are familiar with my channel already know that I have strong opinions about the studio Zaum and the events surrounding it. And after all, the studio affairs are the reason why the fans of the original game were immediately suspicious of a mobile game being produced by Zaum in its current form. However, at this point, many others and I have already extensively talked about the situation quite a number of times, so if you want to inform yourself about the studio affairs, all the relevant information is publicly available for you to form your own opinion. As for this video, I want to focus on the game itself, because I think it does deserve a fair review. And at the end of the day, the people who actually worked on it are not to blame for what happened on the CEO level. For the most part, Disco Elysium Mobile tries its best to preserve the content of the original game while reshaping the way and the order in which you interact with that content. When I mentioned levels earlier, you might have wondered what I was talking about, because they were certainly not in the original game. For Disco Elysium Mobile, however, they are the central organizing principle of your playthrough. The game progresses through 16 chapters, each containing a progression of levels, or how I called them before I knew the official vocabulary, scenes. In practice, what I earlier described as a more streamlined approach to story progression works like this. You choose the newest scene or level in the newest chapter and spawn into that scene, which contains the latest stage in the game's story progression. Once you spawned into the scene, you can have a good look around, click the little bubbles to get to know more about your environment, and interact with the outlined items and characters. A lot of the items now have dedicated artwork too that lets you zoom in on its details when you examine it. For example, in the original game, using the coin-operated viewers produces a bit of text describing the sea fortress that they're pointed at. The mobile port, however, actually shows you the view through the binoculars. Some scenes also have an imminent progression and extend while you're playing through them. Once you have fulfilled a scene's objective, which often involves obtaining a new lead in the main case, you can progress to the next one. This new linearity also means that you cannot go back to a previous scene after having played through it. So there is no open world aspect to the game anymore. Sometimes completing a scene leaves you with loose ends, basically side quests to complete at any later point, but for the most part, that's really the only thing you get to decide the sequence of. This, of course, offers a lot less freedom than the original game, where if you wanted, you could finish the game without even looking at the victim's body. And this is the aspect of the port that I'm still very much on the fence about. Because while Disco Elysium Mobile does its best to preserve its identity as a detective RPG, it becomes clear that this genre at its heart is not indifferent to how it's presented and interacted with, especially not the detective side of things. Because in Disco Mobile, you can't really stumble around the map anymore looking for clues while you chart your own course through the investigation. Sometimes in the mobile port I was stuck in a scene and couldn't exit until I exhausted each character's dialogue, when I would have preferred to not ask them every question possible and instead just follow another lead. Overall, this more linear and streamlined approach means that you as the player are less able to assume the role of a detective who has to actively think about what to do and where to go next. Instead of navigating through the game now navigates you through itself. Now, to be fair, this might of course be the preferred playstyle for mobile gamers who just want to progress through a bit of the game's story in a 10-minute window like in an audiobook. But I personally like the detective side of things, and I appreciate the trust that developers bestow on their players when they give them the agency to fail, to run into dead ends and be forced back to the drawing board. For me, a big appeal of the original game was to get lost in matinees, not knowing what to do and just pursuing side quests or listening to the stories of NPCs until I stumble across a new piece of evidence. I think that's how Harry would have done it, and it provided me with the immersion and agency that I looked for in an RPG. Here, the mobile game's approach might be user-friendly and foolproof to a fault. For example, in every scene, all interactable objects and characters are indicated with not only an outline, but also with little dots on the bottom of your screen that show you whether an object is still interactable or already exhausted. When you touch these dots, you can immediately zoom in on the objects and then directly swipe between them. So not only do you not have to look for clues, but you could effectively ignore the upper 90% of your screen when you're navigating a level. Now, having said all of that, the game does hand over a bit of decision making back to you, when sometimes it lets you choose what part of the story you want to tackle next, or when you have the option to follow or ignore loose ends. And at the same time, let's not act as if the original game, especially towards its end, was particularly decision driven. The last parts of the investigation will always play out in more or less the same way, independent of what path you choose on your way to it. Overall, the pod leaves us with an interesting case study about how form and content in video games relate and can contradict each other. What really happens when you turn an open-world isometric CRPG into something more akin to a visual novel? Because one could easily argue that at the end of the day, the original game's overarching story, its writing, its world building, characters and politics are still all there and remain mostly untouched. And sure, the forms in which these things are presented to us and through which we interact with them are not external to their content. But ultimately it might be up to the players to decide what they consider to be the core of Disco Elysium and whether they believe that specific part to be sufficiently captured in the mobile port. Ultimately, I too have to remind myself that this is neither a replacement for the original Disco Elysium, nor does it take away anything from our experience with it. And since it's tailored to a different target group, there's no real competition between the mobile port and the original either. If anything, it could work as a gateway to the original game. When we're talking about the mobile-specific ways to access the world of Elysium, we have to talk about the game's UI. And to say it up front, it is a little disgusting how intuitive they made it. One of the biggest challenges for Disco Elysium's port, or any port really, was to redesign the original game's menus without losing any of its functionality, while at the same time not making the small phone screen feel cramped. And when I first navigated through the mobile port's dialogue menu, I understood what they meant when they alluded to short-form video platforms in their marketing pitch. The dialogue menu works by swiping to the left and right to choose between different options. I think that's a good solution compared to a big field of dialogue to reduce the amount of text on screen at any given time. To continue a conversation, you swipe up your chosen dialogue in the same way that you would swipe up a video on TikTok or YouTube Shorts to get to the next one. It's a motion that we've all grown accustomed to and that is, for the better or the worse, neuropsychologically associated with a small burst of excitement. You can also swipe down to see the dialogue history and click past dialogues to repeat voice lines.
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open.
This way of navigating through dialogue feels like a little mini-game and is overall very smooth and snappy. Skill checks too work by swiping up, which together with a slight vibration of your phone gives you the feeling of throwing your dice on the screen. Now, you might say that all of this is just behavioristic programming that manipulates you with minuscule amounts of good chemicals, and you would not be wrong. But if you watch the dev videos of the original game, then you might remember Robert Kurwitz talking about Twitter in the same way that the mobile game mentions TikTok. The original game's dialogue box took inspiration from the way Twitter works on phones. It's the reason...
Didn't know that. That makes sense. Some amount of sense. You do need to take care about UX when you design a game, because without UX, without thinking about it, you got nothing pretty much. Nobody will play your game. Here. A trash feather. Not going to get Emily. Most likely. Yeah, whatever. Right, damage bonus. Record damage. But nothing else really. Okay, whatever.
Why the text rolls upwards in a vertical field and gives you short bursts of text to read, something that before Disco was far from being an established design. So in a way the mobile port simply went with the times once again and adapted the controls of the current most popular phone apps. And I must say that it does work. It's been a decade since I played any games on my phone, so I started out by projecting the game on my monitor and navigating the menus with my mouse. But even I got the hang of the swipe controls pretty much immediately.
Yeah, same here. I also prefer, you know, the desktop of this dude. Amazing. Anyway, I also prefer, you know, moving with the mouse. Moving stuff with the mouse instead of, you know... Well, I mean... Page down and page up don't work there, so yeah. And scroll wheel is completely useless.
Add Astro. Thank you for
Thank you for
Add
completing today's commissions. Man, day after tomorrow is work day. Oof. Yeah. I'd prefer this piece to have at least 2 crit rates. Going for defense. By the way, I have a good defense piece for... wait, for what? For flower or for feather? I don't remember. The one that Scar currently has. Yeah, I don't remember those. So I'm not gonna utilize them yet. In that way specifically. And more spell.
correctly after I actually tested them for a bit. If I had one critique of the UI, it's that they deviated from the overarching design idea of the original UI, which was based on analog media and media devices such as magnetic tapes, typewriters, and the tape computers that we find in the game itself. Instead, the game is now putting function over form. As for the rest of the UI, they tidied up the remaining menus so that they all fit into one unintrusive line on the top of your screen. In there you will find every panel of the original game, from your inventory to your thought cabinet and skill overview. They arguably improved on the clothes menu, which is now, in classic RPG fashion, divided by clothing slots. Besides that, the game also features little interactive elements from time to time where you manually wipe your mirror or bang on a door using touch controls. The big 360 panoramas offer you the option to switch from swipe controls to motion controls, which is a bit impractical but fun to play around with. Lastly, I think the sound designers have done a great job with the new soundscape that comes with the new UI functions. Overall, even though the game has a fair share of shortcomings, many of which I will go into in a bit, I don't think the UI is one of them. There is much to unpack when it comes to the art of the mobile port, but to put first things first, I think they have done a good job with the artwork, and I never thought they would go through the effort of recreating not only pretty much every corner of Martinez, but also every character and a large number of objects. There are some really nice artworks in the game too. When you emerge from the darkness of your room, Kim is waiting for you in the light of the well-lit entrance like a long-lost lover. The Fritte kiosk looks very cozy, and there's a great sense of lighting in the Ravers tent as well as in the portraits of the Ravers themselves. Overall, I don't feel like they've misrepresented anything or anyone from the original game. It looks all very much on point and how I imagined it would look like from outside of an isometric perspective. However, that is also why I cannot judge how well the new art fulfills its function of setting the stage of the game and orienting new players in it. I already know the original game, so I'm very familiar with the game's map and how the different scenes of the port are connected. When the game teleports me to, let's say, Roy's pawn shop, I know that it's a bit south of the plaza, just like the backyard with the hanged man is right next to the whirling. But I have no idea if someone who is new to the game would be able to sufficiently visualize Martinez before their inner eyes and fill out the gaps like I do. So if you or a friend of yours ends up playing Disco Mobile first, please tell me how it is to experience Martinez not through seamless exploration, but through semi-connected sound.
Yeah, that's going to be a really big problem. Me personally, at least. And despite me actually looking at, let's just see.
As for orienting the players within individual scenes, sometimes the artwork of a place can be a little too rough to make out its details, but it usually makes up for that by letting you zoom in on the more relevant parts, like the different shelves in the bookstore or a mailbox that you can kick the shit out of. What surprised me was that Harry's clothes still change according to what you dress him in, and the game manages to shape them according to the scene he's in. Now, when I mentioned that the game's art looks generally good enough all around, that was an honest compliment. Yet at the same time it achieves this look by mimicking the now established art style that we can't call anything but the Disco Elysium aesthetic. Everywhere we now see the painterly visuals, the broad expressionist brushstrokes, and
style.
Abstract splashes of color that we learn to appreciate from the original game's art. However, while in Disco Elysium the function of the more exaggerated, surrealist elements of its art was to break out of the grey world of Elysium, they now have made that art into a standardized style from which, ironically, nothing really breaks out from anymore. So while I think that the game's new art is both consistent and pleasing to the eye, I also think that it's just very uninteresting, because they reified a unique approach to art into an aesthetic among others that can now be applied on a mass basis to everything that needs to be depicted in the game. It makes...
Okay, so... amount. This set increases elemental skill damage. And skill damage. It's all about the damage. Also doesn't have... It's not a good bonus piece. It doesn't have energy recharge. Yeah, just that. One substat is good. But that's not anymore. HP% with 2 flat stats into mastery. Maybe it's alright, but not necessarily. Okay. Attack percent without crit. And Georgian still there. So. Yeah, 2 stats. This is not so good. Neither is this, but maybe mental mastery. Not sure about this one. Yeah, just a bunch of stuff without crit. I think I do have a good defense stat for this one, so not so sure. Okay, so there appears to be something in the zone 0 doing quite soon. Going quite soon. Shadarkai. Nothing interesting. That's not interesting enough. Not sure. Maybe. Unlikely. As I remember that I didn't want that specifically because I found no use for what? Maybe. I know a character that would like all of that. Lacks energy recharge, but still quite reasonably good. Not you. Not you. Yeah. Sure. Mystic offering 12. The percent energy recharge crit rate. Okay. Crit rate. Okay. I mean, technically sure, but you know, like an off piece for someone. I'm gonna look it because what else do I have? Sense, no energy regen. And HP substat.
Makes the artwork a little generic and predictable, which, again, ironically, is the opposite of the eccentric style that it's trying to imitate. There is a reason why I dedicated a video to the portraits of Disco Elysium and why I don't feel any urge to repeat that for this game. You won't catch me contemplating the new artwork because there simply isn't much that causes you to reflect and no depth to feel out. Instead, it's mostly just surface with little going on below it. I saw this to be particularly evident in the updated archetype portraits. The old ones were one of Disco's finest artworks and imbued with thought and meaning. For the mobile port, they simply painted them over so that they seamlessly fit the rest of the game's aesthetic. Same with Harry's expression in the mirror. Disco Elysium's original art was vaguely expressionist in the simple sense that it expressed something about what it depicted beyond what could be portrayed in a more naturalistic way. It did so through abstract and sometimes surrealistic elements. But when this characteristic way of expression, which is always the expression of something, is standardized into a uniform style, it, of course, ceases to express anything. So when I see the disco aesthetic of abstract forms and colorful speckles of the original art return in the port's artwork, I don't expect them to mean anything. They're just there to be pretty, to establish a consistent aesthetic, and to avoid painting detailed backgrounds for hundreds of artworks. But besides the more abstract observations, I think what the mobile game's art missed out on the most was to truly utilize its new perspective to show us anything that we didn't see before in the isometric view of the original game. Because now, after my playthrough of the port, I've seen matinees from angles that we could never see in the original, yet the game didn't show me anything new, even though in the original game there was so much happening off-screen. They could have shown us the Coalition patrol ships that still swarm the sky and keep Revachol surveilled under colonial rule, or the visual interferences around the Pale anomaly, anything really. I think this might be the biggest missed opportunity of the mobile game, because it would actually given us something that we did not have in the original game. However, in the end it's not all doom and gloom. The art of Disco Elysium Mobile absolutely fulfills its function of giving you a stylized impression of its places and characters. The artwork looks well done all around, and there's no argument that can take that away from the game. I think it is obvious to everyone who played the game that there were talented artists working on this. I think the only character who looked...
Oh.
Take me up! Show no mercy! Laline, East Papa, get him!
I'm out of here!
Cool it! Don't get frostbite.
Ninjutsu!
Fulfill our pact! Suffer the wrath!
Many happy returns!
Get to work! You two! Time to end...
Freeze! Oh, so sorry. Up to it, Manzai!
Fulfill our pact! Laline, East Papa, get him!
Dodge this! This one will be fun!
Can't catch me! Come on out!
Many happy returns!
Yeah, so yeah, looking at the new art compared to the old one. Yeah.
Fallen Amber, help! By royal decree...
The sage's wisdom!
Just like we rehearsed! Wings of darkness! Don't be scared!
Move or be moved!
Okay, my friends are talking about the characters that we are supposedly gonna be using for a one shot that a friend of ours is gonna make.
Everybody stand back! You're toast!
Freeze! Oh, so sorry.
Huh? Let me weave you a verse. Let's light it up!
Out of the frying pan!
I'm going in!
Eat this!
This moment will be frozen in time. Cool it.
Rain outlines your fate. Witness the power of Gugwa.
Wonder what she'll have this time around.
Odds reveal.
Fire it up! Here's backup!
Final warning! You asked for. Eyes on me!
Midnight, fantastic!
Don't get too close!
Stop right there!
Supporting fire!
Justice will prevail!
By royal decree!
Just whatever. Okay, and then
I swear on the Archons, I can't go any lower.
Where do we come from? And where are we going?
A little off to me compared to the original game was Strand, but that too might just come down to personal opinion. After all, we only have a small rectangle and a low poly in-game model for comparison. The rest of the NPCs are all very well captured and I have no complaints about them besides the more derivative nature of their artworks. At the end of the day, I can understand why they aim to reproduce the well-recognizable Disco Elysium aesthetic and simply went with what has proven to work instead of creating a new art style from scratch. And ultimately, since I've been mentally cherry-picking Disco's greatest artworks, let's also not forget that its character models looked like this. Let's also not forget that its character models looked like this.
Yeah, not meant to be woken up.
The crime, the suspects, the investigation, the revelations, all the elements critical to any work of detective fiction are all here, but newly designed for short play sessions that should easily fit into your life, said Chris Priestman, narrative lead for Disco Mobile. Just as a reader may settle into a novel or a TikTok user may scroll their feed, Disco Elysium for Android invites you into a character, story and world like no other, whenever or wherever you reach into your pocket for a quick escape from reality. That's the pitch that Priestman gave to the online news outlet Tech Times. Now, when I started playing Disco Mobile, I forgot just how massive the game was. My brain couldn't quite process the contradiction of playing a 30-hour in-depth RPG on a device that I never used for any game more complicated than Angry Birds or Fruit Ninja. And with regards to the kind of game Disco Elysium is, that irritation, I think, was justified. Because no matter how much you fine-tune it for mobile use and how snappy you make the dialogue box, it will remain a game that demands your full attention and active thinking over prolonged time periods. Mobile gaming, on the other hand, usually lends itself to a very different niche in our attention economy. And there are limits to bridging that gap between classic stationary and mobile gaming. Tailoring Disco Elysium to short play sessions will work to the same degree that you can tailor Flappy Bird to immersive all-nighters. Neither is impossible, but the games don't exactly lend themselves to it. Now, when I played the port, I must admit that I basically played Disco immobile. Since I wanted to publish the review somewhere around the release date, I played it for hours at a time, and I also played it at my PC desk because I needed to record the footage. But there were still moments when I was deep into an atmospheric scene and suddenly got a WhatsApp notification on my screen. That of course is a bummer when you're playing a game that requires a certain amount of immersion to work its magic. And that's why I can't imagine playing Disco Elysium in short intervals that don't let you build this essential immersion. A lot of its magic will be lost at it. I still remember the exact moment when I got hooked on the original game. It was 2 AM and I was talking to Joyce about the Pale when her eerie soundtrack kicked in. The visuals, the world building and the music all worked together. They were all dark and mysterious, and it's still one of the most hauntingly beautiful experiences I had with video games. But that key experience of mine would have not been possible if I instead played through that scene in 3 10-minute sessions on the subway. And without spoiling the game too much, there are certain late game events that simply require your attention for at least half an hour. These are in-game events that I understand to be organic units that you simply can chop up into bite-sized pieces if you value the game as an art form at all. Ultimately, making Disco Elysium playable in short, easily digestible bursts is in many ways simply not possible when these exact short bursts are what makes its content indigestible. And as a last comment on the marketing pitch from before, I don't think Disco Elysium is an escapist game either. It's far too much of an uncomfortable mirror of our own reality and psyche to be an escape from it. Or in other words, escapism simply is not the ethical relation that disco has to our world, especially not in the form of a quick distraction. And ultimately, I don't think that switching the hardware that it's played on can change that. At the end of the day, the big question is how much is Disco Elysium as an experience and a work of art dependent on its form as an isometric CRPG? And to what extent does a mobile port introduce an objective contradiction between form and content? I mentioned before that the answer to this question really boils down to what you think the core of the game really is. Because for most of its parts, Disco's story, the characters, its world and politics are still all there in the mobile port. Exploration and detective work, however, not so much. As for myself, I am not sure how much RPG is really left in Disco Elysium when the only player choice is between dialogue options, even though I guess that would still be well within the technical definition of an RPG. But I always felt like the immersion of actively walking through the matinee's rain, hearing the horns and really assuming the role of Harry by maneuvering him through the city was an essential part of my own experience with Disco Elysium. But then again, if you want to play the game more like an audiobook and just go through the story, then Disco Mobile might very well be your disco of choice. By the way, if you want to play the original Disco Elysium on a mobile device, you still have the option to use a Steam Deck. I would not recommend getting it for the Switch though, because the performance is quite lackluster and full of bugs, and the Switch 2 is also only marginally better at running it. As we approach the end of the review, I want to quickly mention a more practical matter, which is the game's performance. The footage you see here was captured in the Samsung Galaxy A54, which I bought 2 years ago for $200, and I did not notice any stuttering at all. If you notice minor frame drops in the video, that's due to my recording software. For good measure, I also tried the game with a downright antique 2014 Galaxy A5 with Android 8, and it was still very much playable. I didn't encounter any serious bugs either, only a hilarious one where Lena's husband stood right behind her while she was worried sick about his whereabouts. Before I conclude the video, I want to rapid fire through a few essential facts that didn't make it into any of the previous categories. Thoughts are now internalized in real time and show up in your phone's notification bar. They probably changed this because the game doesn't have in-game time anymore. But I think it's quite funny to suddenly get a random alert about how you finished thinking about communism or being gay while you're doing something entirely different. There is no manual or quick save anymore, so save scumming before checks is gone. Instead, the game constantly creates autosaves that put you right where you left off when you restart the app. Instead of being able to create your very own character build, you are now limited to choosing between the 3 archetypes. A little sad if you ask me, because it didn't strike me as something that is particularly hard to implement. Also missing are the 4 political quests that came with the original's final cut. Which is again a shame, because these quests included some of the game's best content. They did mention though that they might add it at a later point if the demand is there. And lastly, although it's not exactly new content, the game changed the encounter conditions for the mysterious pair of eyes, which in the original game was the rarest encounter and really only accessible through cheats.
A mysterious pair of eyes.
By now, the common sentiment is that Zaum has lost the mandate of heaven and will, in all likelihood, never produce another lightning in a bottle. If there ever was a goose that laid golden eggs, it's gone now, as is our chance to get Disco Elysium 2 in the foreseeable future. Instead, we got Disco Mobile. In this less than ideal situation, it's easy to interpret the port as the only thing the studio can do now, rehashing old content and capitalizing on what little remains of their declined reputation. But I think if it really was that simple, they wouldn't have gone through so much effort. Because they could have just scaled down Disco Elysium to a vertical phone screen and charged us $30 for it. Instead, at the very least, they put some actual thought into how to adapt the game to a mobile format and a new mode of playing. It's a port in which we see both the capabilities and the clear limitations of mobile gaming when it comes to RPGs. In this review, I pointed out several issues that I have with the game, especially regarding its overly streamlined gameplay, limited player agency, limited capacity for player immersion, and the derivative and generic aspects of its otherwise pretty artwork. Yet, at the same time, I don't know if I could have come up with a better way to solve the problems they were facing when it came to porting Disco Elysium to mobile devices. Would it have been better if, for example, instead of fixed chapters, we had a map with 100 fast travel points that transport us to their respective scene at any time? I'm not sure, you tell me, and by that I mean literally in the comments below. I would love to hear your opinion on the port. You can also subscribe to the channel while you're at it. But in conclusion, do I think the port is better than the original Disco Elysium? No, I think it's worse. But at the same time, it's also something very different, which is why its shortcomings are no argument against its existence. The mobile port serves a different target group and stands in no competition to the original game. If anything, it will serve as a gateway to it. To what extent it will accomplish that, I don't know. But what I do know is that I got my mom to try out Disco Mobile and that she thinks that Kim is a dashing gentleman. Her playing Disco Elysium is something that would have never happened without the port. The last video game she played was Spider Solitaire, the one pre-installed on Windows XP. So at the very least, Disco Mobile fulfills its purpose of being a low-threshold, easily accessible entry to the world of Elysium. A large portion of its player base, I assume, will be people who are simply not too familiar with gaming on consoles and PCs and who don't have the hardware for it to begin with. Now, will I still tell them to play the original game after they finish the mobile version? Absolutely, and so should you.
Maybe sure. Okay, no weapon, unfortunately. The lore of Disco Elysium, we got the book.
Take a deep breath, as if you're about to blow up a huge balloon. Exhale all your sleepiness into it, and then, poof! It's now flying away.
Yeah. You know, that is really unfortunate what happened to... Yeah. Zaum. If that's how you call it. Here's everything here. Anything else in Zenless? But hey, maybe I will, or Mom will, play this game. Speaking of which, will she have to play it on? No. On English, in English, or what? Nice. Let's see. Anything here? Oh, oh. Oh, oh. Adventure. 13 hours. So in an hour and a half I should come back and maybe send them on their merry way again. And maybe I should switch up the businessman for the time being. Business records. Look at that. I'm breaking the limit. By diligently selling everything that needs to be sold. And purchasing everything that needs to be bought. Alright. Maybe tomorrow should be the day in which I start the commissions. Energy. I don't know. Alright. I guess that's going to be it for this stream. Good luck and that's all. See you next time.